Enter the field of play for any reason, and we ask that you stay seated in the bleachers and behind the table. BowlTV.com is the exclusive live streaming home of the PWBA Tour, and we ask that you do not live stream, Facebook Live, or send any live feeds back home. All right, athletes, press that check mark. You'll get a full set of pins here and your arrows. All right, bowling fans, pick out your favorite pro, cheer her on. How about a great send-off for round 2 with the PWBA East Hartford Open. Good luck, ladies.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to Bowl TV's live continuing coverage of the 2019 PWBA East Hartford Open here at the Hall of Fame Silver Lanes in East Hartford, Connecticut. I'm Daniel Farish, filling in for the beginning of the show for Emil Williams Jr., who stepped aside for a few minutes. We are live here, Game 1 of the second block of qualifying here at the Hall of Fame Silver Lanes. Already 8 games in the books this morning for this 32-player field at the first elite tournament stop of the season for the PWBA. The top 24 in points were joined by 21 of those 24 are here. They were joined by 11 players who qualified through the PTQ yesterday. 8-game qualifier, top 11 advanced here to form the 32-bowler main event field. After 8 games this morning, Kelly Kulik led at plus 175 for 8, and she finished off her set with a nice 267 to catapult her way up the standings in what turned out to be a arguably lower scoring affair than what we expected after the first couple of games. Game 3, Shannon O'Keefe rolled the first 300 of the event right here on our featured pairs, lanes 11 and 12. A few games later, Liz Johnson, who struggled mightily after the first 4 games, she was minus 109. All of a sudden, Game 5, she comes out firing down on lanes 3 and 4, had the front 10, wrapped 10 in the 11th for 289. She went from plus 109 after 4 and finished the block at plus 2. So a great rebound from one of the greats. And as I get the internet to cooperate, we'll pull up the standings. For the rest of the field, again, we will take the top 12 after tonight's 8-game block. Those 12 will return tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock to bowl 6 more games. That 22-game total will give us our top 5 for the Stepladder TV Finals, which will be aired live at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow night, live on CBS Sports Network. This morning's squad led by Kelly Kulik at plus 175. Jordan Richard had a solid finish. Her last 5 games, 234, 248, 242, 220, 225 to get to plus 169, so just a 6-pin lead for the Hall of Famer Kulik after 8 games. Richard at plus 169. Shannon O'Keefe, as we mentioned, shot 300. Game 3, she finished at plus 160. Giselle Poss plus 149, and Julia Bond plus 129. That was your top 5. Missy Parkin, quiet but consistent all day, plus 125. Shannon Plowhowski, plus 116. Birgit Poplar, who won the PTQ yesterday, trying to take that $100 entry fee in the PTQ and turn it into more than just the minimum cashing spot of $1,200. She is in 8th at plus 94. Gigi Mason, 9th at plus 91, and 10th, Diana Zavyalova, plus 90. 11th, Jazreel Tan, plus 82. And in the final transfer spot to the semifinals tomorrow morning, that 6-game round, Jillian Martin recently turned 15 years old on July 25th. She made waves at the U.S. Women's Open, just missing a cashing spot by less than a mark, I believe. Bowled junior gold as a 14-year-old, opted to move up to the U20 division and compete against the big girls for a shot at earning a spot on Junior Team USA. She led qualifying in the U20 girls division and earned that spot on Junior Team USA 2020. And she's trying to wow us all again, as after 8 games, she sits in the final transfer spot into tomorrow morning, just outside the cut line. Sandra Gongora, plus 72. Tanya Romapier, plus 68. Verity Crawley, plus 67. Liz Culkin, plus 65. Clara Guerrero and Sydney Brummett tied in 17th at plus 56. Rocio Restrepo, plus 50. And Stephanie Johnson tied with Brianna Coate at plus 37 in 20th. Valerie Bercier, plus 36. Haley Richard and Liz Johnson tied at plus 3 in 23rd position. Maria Jose Rodriguez, +1. Kayla Bandy, -2. Dasha Kovalova, -3. Carson Lukosius and Lauren Hoffman, both tied at -17. Taylor Bolthice, Josie Barnes, and Danielle McEwen round out this 32-player field. And that's all just halfway through this qualifying. 8 games tonight. They are roughly midway through game 1. Take a look at who we have on our featured pairs here. Lanes 11 through 14. We do have 4 channels available, 4 lanes on each channel. Every lane in use in qualifying is being streamed right here on Bowl TV. We start 11 and 12. Kayla Bandy, Taylor Bolthice, Stephanie Johnson, and Sandra Gongora. And then over on 13 and 14. Danielle McEwen, Dasha Kovalova, Carson Lukosius, and Jordan Richard. From walking up and down the house throughout practice, it appeared that the field, for the most part, looks like a lot of players were attempting to play a little further right, but it looks like most of them has settled into they want the ball somewhere between second and third arrow, at the arrows, and down lane they did not want to get the ball right of about 8. If you hit 7, you were going to see some wiggle, and if you hit 6, the ball was going to come in behind the head pin, and you were going to be looking 2-4-10, 2-4-8-10, 4-count bucket, 5-count bucket, just some nasty stuff. Yet another stone 8-pin on lane 11. We've seen quite a few of those over the last 24 hours. And Stephanie Johnson is the latest victim. Talked a little bit about the scoring pace this morning. Game 3, when Shannon O'Keefe shot 300, there were massive scores throughout the building. There were more 230s, 240s, and 250s than I could count on 2 hands. They were all over the place. And Emil and I were talking about what that scoring pace could look like and how it seemed like games 3, 4 is when the big transition hit out on the lanes. And typically speaking, you see that one big transition, and then the adjustments you make after you make whatever big move you need to make right then, any adjustments after that point are kind of small. You might make a ball change, but pretty much you make the ball change after that big adjustment. And from that point on, it's just small adjustments, maybe chasing the hold in left, getting away from the heads if they may be burned up, and just trying to find some fresh back ends as you move left. And typically speaking, that would cause scores to go up as the players find more hold and more down lane hook. But that wasn't the case this morning. We got into games 5 and 6 and 7. The scores kind of leveled off. Really the back half of the 7th games for these players, and really game 8 for the most part for the field, scores were down. They were lower than we expected. I would say, though, the overall scoring pace is probably medium, with the 12th place cut being plus 75. After 8 games, just under a 210 average. I think that's pretty fair. You know, the numbers weren't crazy high like what we saw just from my short memory being around the PWBA, the stop in Louisville last June. Of course, we will be in Louisville next week. But the stop in my hometown last year, we had 2 300s. I think Verity had one. Aaron McCarthy had front 11, I believe, if I remember correctly. Scores were pretty high there. But the pace here isn't that high, but it's also not as low as what you might expect at like a U.S. Open or a really just dirt tough major or just tough tour stop sitting by itself. Just pulling up the chat. Good afternoon, good evening, Brian, Michelle, Jennifer. Brant's hopping in, doing his work from the office area. Russ, watching from the UK. Great to hear that. Ramon, KC, and Maestro. Maestro said welcome back. Well, thank you, Maestro. Shannon O'Keefe wasting no time down on lanes 7 and 8. Getting back into the swing of things, front 6. And she'll be up momentarily following Rocio Restrepo, who is shooting a single pin on lane 7. A little bit to our right on 17 and 18. Both Josie Barnes and Verity Crawley. Max possibilities of 270 through 6 frames. Still early in the game to be. And as soon as I say that, Josie goes a little bit high, leaves a 410. As soon as you put this headset on, instant jinx. Shannon's 7th frame offering off her hand wasn't what she wanted. Rolls up high flush, almost in the nose, leaves the 4-6-7, so her string is over. Giselle Poss over on 9 and 10, opened up with the front 4. Has since went 8-count split, single pin miss, and then chopped a multi-pin spare attempt, 7-2 in the 7th, so 134 after starting the front 4. 134 in the 7th. Outside of a 4-bagger by Kayla Bandy and a couple of doubles by Carson Lukosius here on our 2 featured pairs. Seeing some struggles here in game 1 on the fresh. Which is not unlike what we saw this morning. Game 1, we did have some higher scores. We had a couple, I think there was one 240. A couple 220s, but nobody knocking the walls down. Kayla Bandy, the double tap on the 4-pin and kicks the 9-pin over. That's a nice hit to get, coming off a split, coming off a 4-bagger. Down on 15 and 16, Maria Jose Rodriguez. Front three, open four-bagger. She's got 6 of the first 7. As far as strikes go, Shannon O'Keefe front 6, and Maria, that's about it as far as what's going on here, game 1. Late tap on the 7 there for Sandra allows her to avoid some trouble. Leaves just a flat 10 on that offering. Clean through 7 though, looking to be clean through 8. Not a lot of clean games going out there. O'Keefe did throw a strike on the back of that split in the 7th, so she can still get in the 260s. Rodriguez slaps the 5-pin silly both ways to strike in the 9th. 8 of the first 9 there for Maria. Useful shot by Sandra Gongora right there in the 9th. O'Keefe continues striking, albeit one split amongst those 8 strikes. These back ends just have not quite yet calmed down to where they can control the ball in the back part of the lane. A lot of players coming off of strings with red numbers. Lukosius right there, 3-bagger, split. Shannon O'Keefe, front 6, split. Caleb Andy had a 4-bagger, split. Josie Barnes had 4 of the first 6 and 4 of 5, and split the 7. So they still haven't found that mistake room, at least it appears to the left, because anything left off their hand is resulting in a number circled in red with pins that are far apart. Again, you hear the cheering behind us. We touched on it back in the first block. Liz Culkin from nearby Schenectady. Nearby in comparison to how far away some other players have traveled to get here. She does have a cheering section, a lot of support back there from the great state of New York. So any chance she gets to throw a double or continue a string on, you're going to hear a round of applause. And then she just happens to be one pair to our right and close by. O'Keefe spares the 10th, 8 count on the fill, 242. Of course, I believe Maria Jose Rodriguez is 253. Looks to be high in the house for game 1. Rodriguez +1 after this morning, so she will advance. She can get up to +54 again after this morning. The cut was +75. Jillian Martin, a 209.38 average. And even though it is presumably the same pattern as this morning, I believe so. We are not privy to any details as far as length or volume or shape or any of that information for that matter. But assuming that the scoring pace stays the same, you can kind of extrapolate out the cut number from this morning, +75. So easy math, double that's +150. So that may be a number the players are looking at early on in this block. And then as we proceed into games 5 and 6, you'll start to see what the cut is doing. If it's above pace, as Sandra, nice roll on the 10-pin, gets it to actually fall forward and to the right, to our right. It's left, it falls forward into the channel. Gives her a chance to get into 220s with that double in the 9th and 10th. But as we get into frames 5 and 6, we'll start to see just what the cut's doing, if it's trending closer to that 150 number sooner, or if it's looking like it's a little below pace. But it all depends on how this field breaks down the pattern. Shake your 7-10. That's the second best place you could leave it in the 11th. Rather leave it in the fill. That's the second time on that lane we've seen Sandra's ball just kind of lay off on the back end. Earlier, she was able to get the 7. I believe it was get the 7 out and leave just the 10. Not as lucky this time, but as it is on the double. If she gets one of those, it's only going to cost her 2 pins. So not a big penalty to pay. Looks like only 3 players on our featured pairs are going to be north of 200. Carson Lukosius up in the fill ball on 13. Needs 7 to get to that 200 number. Sandra's going to be at 215. And Kayla Bandy with 8 pins in the 10th would get there, but she's hoping to double to get into the 230s. Good shot there in the 11th by Taylor Bolthice, one of the players who made it in via the PTQ yesterday morning. Again, 11 players advanced. The top 24 in these elite fields have a spot. We take 8 from the PTQ to get to that 32 number. And if less than 24 from the top 24 in points are in the main event, show up and enter, then however many did not show up, we take those many extra out of the PTQ. So 21 out of the top 24 in points here today. Took 11 from last night, or excuse me, yesterday morning. Birgit Poplar led the PTQ. Haley Richard, Gigi Mason, Taylor Bolthice, Carson Lukosius, Jazriel Tan, Rocio Restrepo, Kayla Bandy, Kelly Kulik, Lauren Hoffman, and Jillian Martin all advanced from yesterday's PTQ into what I call the main event. Kayla connects with the first one in the 10th, 4-pin in the 11th, 224. That's one of the better scores we've seen in this area. As the mass exodus continues, or begins, as everybody starts moving their equipment. Again, a little bit tighter pit area today. And the fans are, the way this bowling center is set up, it's a split house. We have 20 lanes on this side, 32 on the other. So it doesn't leave a lot of room in the middle for concourse area. So the fans are right up on the action. And the players have to take just a little more time in between games to get their equipment around. Looks like game 2 on our featured pairs. We're going to see Valerie Bercier, Rocio Restrepo, Shannon O'Keefe, Liz Johnson, Giselle Post, Sydney Brummett, Diana Zavyalova, and Haley Richard. One of the rare times that everybody after game 1 gets done at the same time, and this place is quiet. Normally as a broadcaster, as the action's going on, you sometimes feel like you might be yelling. And right now I kind of want to keep my voice down because I don't want to be yelling. All right, well, as we enter game 2 of the second block of qualifying here at the 2019 PWBA East Hartford Open, I'm going to step away just a moment now that we're going to have updated standings. Go grab a laptop so I can give those to you as soon as we get them. But stay tuned. You're watching the PWBA right here on Bowl TV, where bowling lives. We'll be right back. All right, everybody. Hopefully you've been paying attention to the chat. As I stepped away, Brant informed me. Get the giveaway cannons primed and ready. Keep your eyes locked on the screen. Prompts will come up. You know the deal. Just click Submit Entry for a chance to win a 2019 PWBA program signed by none other than Shannon O'Keefe, Maria Jose Rodriguez, and Jordan Richard. 58 seconds. You see it right there. We gave away one earlier. Brant waited until, maybe it just took him a while to wake up. He waited until game 8. And right now, beginning of game 2, he is wasting no time. As Sydney Brummett just kind of crumbles the 4-7-10. Yeah, just shrug your shoulders. They all fell. The pins don't have to fall pretty, just so long as they fall. That's all that matters. And per USBC rules, you can't give back the strike. You gotta keep it, no matter how bad you think it is. Roderick's ready. Michelle's chanting Barbara's name. I think Barbara's won earlier. A little reverse psychology there. Hey, whatever works. KC's ready. Submit your entry. I wanted to click it, but I can't. "31 seconds left. Get a 2019 PWBA season program signed by Shannon O'Keefe, Maria Jose Rodriguez, and Jordan Richard. We do have updated scores after game 2. Don, congratulations, Don. You are the winner. After game 1 of block 2 this evening here at the 2019 PWBA East Hartford Open, Shannon O'Keefe retakes the lead after 242 the first game. She gets to plus 202. Kelly Kulik an even 200 to stay at 175 over. Giselle Poss 163. Jordan Richard plus 155. Julia Bond in 5th plus 151. Then it's a bit of a drop down to Shannon Pluhowski in 6th at plus 122, so 29 pins separate 5th and 6th. Plenty of time left. Verity Crawley, nice 248 that game. Jumps up to 115 in 7th position. Missy Parkin, plus 109. Diana Zavyalova, plus 105. Birgit Poplar, plus 100. And the last 2 transfer spots, Jazriel Tan, plus 97, and Gigi Mason, plus 88. So a 13-pin jump, which is not far off from what we saw this morning. After game 1 this morning, it was plus 19. Or excuse me, it was plus 13, so it was the same. It jumped up to, it went to plus 19 after game 2 this morning. So a 13-pin increase on the cut after game 1 this evening, same as this morning. Sandra Gongora, 1 pin out of the cut, plus 87. Then it's a 21-pin drop to Liz Culkin, plus 66. Clara Guerrero, plus 60. Valerie Bercier, plus 59. Tanya Romapier, plus 57. MJR, Maria Jose Rodriguez, plus 54. Rocio, plus 52. And Jillian Martin. Struggled first game out, 172. She's at plus 47. And as I switch over screens, it looks like Shannon's dad said, you know what? That's not fair. I've already gotten some stuff. He's donating it back for another drawing, so here we go again. This is not a drill, everyone. This is not a drill. Twice in a matter of minutes. The giveaway cannon just firing off signed artifacts left and right. No, Roderick, that's not what he said. We nice try though. 44 seconds. Speaking of fours, pretty much everybody into or completing frame 4 here in game 2 of block 2 of this year's Hartford Open. I've learned the more caps that Brant uses in the chat, the more energy drinks he's had. He's had at least 3 today. Quality shot there by Liz Johnson. She got herself up to plus 20 after game 1. "15 seconds left to submit your entry. Don't miss out." Jackie Kosher, congratulations. You have won the 2019 PWBA program signed by Shannon O'Keefe, Maria Jose Rodriguez, and Jordan Richard. Way to go. Dawn, that's funny. I like that. Has my autograph on her birth certificate. Couple players throughout the house on the front 4. Clara over on lane 9. Gigi over on 7 and 8. Couple players have went spare. Put 3 or 4 strikes on the back end of that opening spare. All right, Michelle, yeah, tell Saya we said good luck. I didn't see the hit, but I heard in unison the entire crowd behind 7 and 8 just groan as Gigi Mason delivered her 5th frame offering and a hard wrap 10. It must have been a hard wrap 10 the way the crowd reacted. Claire on her front 4, 6 count spare. Kind of something that you're trained to do at the Open Championships. We're always looking for 300s and honor scores out there. So you're always looking at strings, and kind of once all the strings are broken up, you can relax a little bit, because really, unless someone shoots an honor score during an event, there's not much to do. You track some scores. So I'm kind of carrying that trait over, always looking at strings and who's got the front whatever, and maybe someone can go back 11. But a different animal out here, that's for sure. What we're seeing right now out of Shannon O'Keefe, our tournament leader in front of us, is, granted it is a small sample size, only 7 frames here on our featured pair, but what we're seeing is that despite the fact that she doesn't have a great look on this pair, she's staying clean, she's making her spares. And while I would not, you can't 100% for sure say anything, I'd be willing to bet that as she hops off this pair, if she continues to struggle with ball motion and hit the pocket, she's going to stay relatively clean, because that's what it takes to succeed, not just at this level, but at any level on these sport-type patterns, on these tougher oil patterns, is you've got to stay clean, you've got to make your spares. That is the absolute biggest thing, and I bet if we talked to some of the players who did not make it out of the PTQ yesterday, one of the first things they would bring up is I missed this spare. I wasn't good on makeables. I left too many splits. I didn't break down enough splits into makeable spares. It all comes back to that. And and she's doing what you got to do. I said it yesterday. A couple players did it to advance from the PTQ. Their spare ball kept them in contention. One player who is, for the most part, eschewed her spare ball this game, Liz Johnson. 5 in a row, working on a possible 6-bagger here on lane 12. Yahtzee, that's 10 back. No doubt about that one. The ball that I remember seeing her throw this morning, I haven't seen her put in her hand yet to this block. She's throwing what I would consider a stronger version of what she threw this morning. It's a little cleaner, it's a little sooner. Gonna see the lane a little earlier, covers a little stronger. Still a symmetric core, so it's going to give her the control that she wants, playing that straight of an angle, and it is certainly working out. 215 clean the first game, and she's got a 6-bagger here after converting a split in the first frame. May have some shuffling inside the top 12 this game. I look down and Missy Parkin currently sitting in 8th place at plus 109. 22 pins ahead of 13th. So far through 6 frames this game, 2 strikes and 4 splits down, and she's up on lane 7, down on channel number 2. And I'll tell you, that's something that we didn't see this morning. Typically, you get 15 minutes of practice, obviously on your game 1 pair. After 15 minutes, you know how the pair's playing. You know if one lane's tighter than the other, if one's lane's hooking more, if the back ends are fresher or crisper on one lane compared to the other. You get lined up, and then you make that jump to the second pair. And this morning, we didn't really see scores go down game 2 the way you might expect as players jump to a new pair that they haven't seen yet that block. We're kind of seeing that a little bit this evening. Scores weren't incredibly high game 1. We are seeing a couple of strings surrounded by some spares game 2, but we're also seeing a lot of players on both ends of the house not able to string strikes, just able to string some spares with some red numbers in between. Again, O'Keefe stays clean, converts that 3-6-10 in the 8th frame. Just overheard her talking to husband Brian, saying that ball has no chance, whatever she was throwing, so they expect to see a ball change from Shannon as she steps up in the 9th frame. Rosillo, meanwhile, 30 pins out of the cut, sitting in 20th. Strike there in the 8th. Still a chance for 220 out there for Restrepo here on one of our featured pairs. See if Liz Johnson can continue what she's been doing for the last 20 minutes. She got it a little right off of her hand. And on your right, when you look up at those monitors, it is really easy to see those big red circles up there. And I liken it to the first time I bowled at the stadium, the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, back in 2010 for the OCs. And even to this day, the big scoring monitors, the big scoring screens we have at the plaza and anywhere else the OC goes, when you open the dash that's up on the board, I mean, it looks as big as a concrete barrier. And it's just glaring at you, reminding you, hey, you messed up. And I can't stand that. I hate seeing those dashes up there. So the red circles, as a player, and we talked about this earlier, Giselle Poss wraps the head pin around the 10 on the washout. She converted the spare. The pins just did not cooperate. That's as much of a true tap in this game as a Stone 8 pin is. But yeah, it's hard to look up at those screens, Don, and not see those red circles just staring at you. Kelly Hulick up in the 10th, trying to double to get into the 180s. Wraps a 10. The best she can do, 178. A little bit of a struggle here, game 2. Meanwhile, Jillian Martin started out spare 4-bagger. 4 spares in a row since then. She's looking at a 10 pin in the 10th. Spare strike would give her 224. And she was the number coming into this game, sitting in 12th position. Or excuse me, she was just outside. After she had fallen outside after 2 170s in her last 3 games, going back to the 7th game of block 1. I remember her sitting around the cut most of today. But a 224 will do it. That'll put you up there. Strike here in the field for Jillian would get her to plus 71 overall again. The cut coming into this game was plus 88. That was Gigi Mason. Speaking of Gigi, front 4, spare, open, 3-bagger. She can get up in the 10th. Chance to shoot 257. So that would definitely move her off the cut line. No matter what she does in the 10th, we're looking at a minimum of about 220 if you just assume the worst. But I don't like to do that. And it might just be the fact that these pins that they're using are newer. But and I said this earlier, it seems like when the bowling ball is lazy down lane, when it's lazy on the back end, you're going to pocket 710. We've seen it all throughout the house, and that seems easy to say, but you know, with pins that have some wear and tear on them, you might not see that. You might not see that 710 staying. You'll just leave the flat 10. But as we all know, new pins just fall differently. Sometimes not in a very welcoming fashion. Liz Johnson looking for 260. Scouts the 10. She's still in the 250s though. Convert the 7. She'll shoot 257. Liz was plus 18 after game 1 this afternoon. 257 here. That puts her at plus 75. Watch out, ladies and gentlemen. Six-time Women's U.S. Open champion and arguably the greatest female bowler of all time is on her way up the standings. Gigi's 7 spare in the 10th on the 3-bagger, so awaiting her fill shot, making a ball change. She can get to 234. That would improve her plus-minus to a plus 122, which if everything else in the top 12 stayed the same, which it won't, that would have put her in 6th. So a solid game right there by Gigi. Clara opening with the front 4, follows up with 4 straight spares, doubles the 9th and 10th. Looking to convert a 10-pin in the 11th. That'll put her at 232. Clara was plus 60, sitting in 15th place after game 1, so she will be at plus 92 moving forward into game 3. And again, this morning, game 3 is when we saw scores absolutely go through the roof. And then they really leveled off the next 3 games and just kind of slowly came down, game 7 and 8. To an extent, I feel like lanes 11 and 12 are the Oprah of the bowling world. You get a 710, you get a 710, you get a 710. We have seen them all over on our featured pairs, most notably on lane 11. Oh, Liz Culkin almost converts the 3-4-7. 3 went in front of the 4, kicked the 4 back, and the 3 kind of spun on the pin deck in front of the 7, but never quite got over to it. Nonetheless, quality attempt. Again, with these being newer pins, the bottoms of the pins are still generally flat. They're not as, don't have that, just the wear and tear, the rounded edges that you get from older bowling pins. So these things are falling slower and they're falling flatter. We've seen players light hits like, kind of what Verity just did when she left the 2-8. I believe that was the 4. They just kind of slowly slid and spun off the left side of the pin deck into the channel, but it looked like for a second that it wanted to stand up. Now, we haven't seen pins sliding across the deck as if the back ends had carried down or they were bowling after open bowlers or something. Nothing that extreme, but just they're falling slower, they're falling funny. A lot of flat hits on what appear to be decent shots. You have to earn, if you're not flush in this pocket in this house right now, you have to earn your strikes. You have to pure the ball off your hand if you're going to go half pocket. Josie said, I tried that first frame. I pocket 710, I'm just going to go flush. Just eliminate the possibility. Just joining us, this is Game 3 of the second block of qualifying for the 2019 PWBA East Hartford Open here on Bowl TV. Game 11 overall. All these players competed this morning. 10 a.m. Eastern, 8 games. Qualifying this morning was led by Kelly Kulik at plus 175, followed closely by Jordan Richard at plus 169, and Shannon O'Keefe in third at plus 160. Shannon fired off 300, game 3 this morning. We're now in game 3 this evening. Let's see who's going to wow us. And as we start off game 3, I am rejoined back in the booth by the voice of the PWBA, Emil Williams Jr. Welcome back.
How you doing?
Holding down the fort.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure. Thank you kindly. What do you think the lanes are producing here? What are we seeing?
Well, I kind of mentioned this early game 1. It appeared throughout practice that Eric Josie back-to-back pocket 710s on 11.
Before you get into it, I just heard the end of your Oprah impression in regards to everyone gets a 710, pocket 710 on lane 11. So guess that means lane 11 is not being kind.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's not giving away cars the way Oprah does.
Okay.
Okay. But I noticed in practice there were some players that were trying to play a little further right than what we saw this morning. But the players that were doing it were more direct. I remember this morning, Dasha stands out as one of the players that was trying to play a break point of like 5-6, but she was trying to loop the ball out there, especially on our featured pair, and just had no luck doing it. The players that were trying it this morning, or excuse me, this evening, were a lot more direct, Liz Johnson type direct. But not everyone has the skills that Liz Johnson has at playing them more directly. So while she made it look good, not many did. And it seemed like a lot of the players were hovering between second and third arrow with their break points left of about 8 or on top of 8. You get the ball further right of that, it was going to wiggle or just hit that spot and straighten up and hit the 3-6 in the face. So I think the game plan for these players is pretty simple this evening. They've all settled for the most part between second and third arrow to start, and you just transition in from there.
Okay. Kind of similar to what we talked about at the end of qualifying this morning, just in regards to what we thought at the time, what we might see take place. This is game 3. I do want to alert you, good viewers. First of all, hello. There will be a bit of a power hour, if I may paraphrase from our maestro, Brent Houghton. So there's going to be several giveaways in the next hour. This is like full-on radio mode right here, where we're just going to Just going to give away stuff for a full hour.
I love this. Taking me back to my roots.
Be on the lookout for Brant in the chat. He'll provide any instruction, further details on what could take place here in the next hour. So there could be a couple things going on. And of course, we've got some bowling going on. What else we got going on? That's right. Be the 10th caller to bowltv.com. Call the contest line. 1-888.
Wow, PWBA.
There you go. I was going to get the PWBA
Be
part.
the 7th caller to say wow here on PWBA.
Wow. Trying to find a 3-digit word/acronym. Well, Brant, there it is. Brant's ready to do it right now. I was scrolling up the chat, and again, shout out to everyone who is online. Appreciate you tuning in this evening. And it's underway, as is Game 3. Saw Brianna Cote finish the day, or excuse me, round 1 strong earlier this morning. And back on our featured pairs here. At that time, Bree finished the round at plus 37 after shooting a 250 plus. But so far on the fresh, 166, 190.
So we did just get in some Game 2 numbers. Shannon O'Keefe maintains her lead at plus 203. Giselle Poss jumps into 2nd place, plus 176. Kelly Kulik drops to 3rd, 153. Shannon Plahowski, plus 140. Julia Bond in 5th, plus 132. Jordan Richard, plus 129. Gigi Mason, plus 121. Birgit Poplar, plus 113. Sandra Gongora, plus 102. Rounding out the top 10, Verity Crawley, plus 95. And your last 2 players in the transfer spots, Jazreel Tan at plus 93. And with the cut only moving up 4 pins from plus 88 to plus 92. The star of our On the Lane segment this week, Clara Guerrero at plus 92.
All right. Shout out to Francine. She's won herself an autographed 2019 PWBA program. Francine, be on the lookout for some communications from someone on our squad. And, well, that's just the first of apparently a few things that our young maestro will give away. I do not want to hijack the broadcast, but I do have a bit of some breaking news.
Oh.
And I said I would wait because my lovely wife is now listening. Her name is Shanice, by the way, Shanice. But we did learn that, no, we don't have a baby yet, because I would not be here. But we do have a scheduled date for the inducing process. So
How about that?
That will be on Tuesday at midnight, as in 12:01 a.m. Tuesday. So there you have it. So obviously that
All
does
right.
not mean that he just won't still do what he wants and all of a sudden just decide to show up in the next day or two. But Tuesday is our day, so I'll be sure to keep you all updated via the media of socials.
All right, awesome.
I'm looking forward to this.
I am too.
I just got a little emotional. I'm not going to lie.
I'm excited for you.
A little emotional. A little emotional. So appreciate that, Casey, and everyone else. Julia Bond, by the way, 4.710 conversion.
Yahtzee, nice.
Over on lane 10. So we've got a day and a time. Thank you all. And I guess I should give some kind of context. Just in case this may be your first time tuning in, my wife is pregnant, has been for now 38 weeks. Or will be 38 weeks, as Liz Colkins' support team rallying around her over on 9 and 10. So I've been letting our Bowl TV viewers know, hey, what's happening and what's going on. And there was strong possibilities that I wouldn't be here this week. Even left Junior Gold a day early because we thought it was happening. So next week is the day.
I did early game one warn our viewers that if they know that Liz is in the vicinity, they might want to turn their speakers down a little bit because she has quite a following behind her.
She does. I think it's forgot what I was going to say. I did hear that, I mentioned earlier, family and friends, certainly a lot. And I think they made the trip down most from New York. Or I get my directions right on the East Coast, so I'm not sure if it's actually making the trip down. Maybe you made the trip across.
Yeah, I don't know where Schenectady is in relation. Let's look.
Yeah, it's probably a good time to look it up. Shout out to my wife, by the way, Shanice. Because she's done all the work. And certainly, I'm sure the work is not close to being done, obviously.
Yeah.
So.
I've heard it's just beginning.
Yeah.
I mean, I was once a baby, and I remember that I was a handful.
Good Lord. Russ, you are indeed correct. And that, we said it earlier. We just weren't sure what was happening with Liz, but whatever the final game is, in this case it's 16 before a cut is made. You got to find out where Liz is in game 16. All right, so they made the trip southeast from Schenectady. About 130 miles, according to Google.
Probably took 87 down to 90, 90 to 91, right here to Hartford.
And I'll give Liz some great credit just in regards to social media, because she was promoting the event, letting players or fans in her area know that the short drive, lots to do in regards to the event, Fan Fest tomorrow. So and the players are very good about that with social media. So if we are in your area, we do have a few events left, of course, in 2019. Again, next week we're in Louisville. Thank you, by the way, Rebecca. I will miss you. And Louisville and everyone else who will be there. Be sure to say hello to Alan Dale.
I will do that.
For me. I met him last year in Louisville. So we've got Louisville, Orlando, then of course Raleigh, North Carolina, the Players Championship, and obviously Richmond, as we've discussed here today. GG. mentioned Gigi earlier from Cranston, which is near Providence, East Providence, Rhode Island, and talked to Jaden Scott Jones, who had a nice run at the Masters earlier this year. Led a block, led a qualifying round, and bowled extremely well at the Masters. We're good friends with Gigi, bowled with her. His sister, Jalen Scott Jones, twin sister, also here watching, and that is not a bit of a drive. I think he said it was about an hour and some change, hour 30, hour 40, something like that. We've gotten a lot of just fans who come up, and this particular stop is not on the schedule for next year. And obviously, 2021 is not out and all of that good stuff. But basically, hey, you guys got to make sure you come back to the Northeast. And the 2 years so far in Hartford have been excellent, without a doubt. And we know the Northeast. A lot of great bowlers, a lot of fan support, a lot of great bowling communities within the Northeast.
They absolutely filled the Pro-Am.
Yeah, they did.
Last night.
Lines out the door.
Yeah, yes.
Lines out the door on a Thursday evening. So we appreciate everyone here locally and certainly within the Northeast region. This is fun.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie. I mean, we hear roars all the time, and it depends on who has the most fans at a particular event that week. What I have learned and seen with my own eyes is, and it happens all the time, and this is the way it should happen. Someone either who was a fan of someone else, may not even necessarily be family or friends, but fans of a respective player, get a chance to see that player in person. They're cheering, rooting. Someone who bowls the Bowl with the Pro event meets a new professional that they didn't know. All of a sudden, they've created this relationship. They're a fan. And I think we've seen a little bit of that today with yesterday's Bowl with the Pro. Along with, players' family, friends. There's a good mix here at Hall of Fame Silver Lanes.
Well, that's one of the great things about our sport that we talk about from time to time is the access that the fans have to the players. I mean, there's no other major professional sport that I can think of where the fans are 10 feet away from the players while they're competing. And they have access to them before competition, after competition, walk up, talk to them. For the most part, in my years of traveling around bowling centers and competing in or watching professional events, for the most part, the fans are knowledgeable enough to know I'm not going to approach a player if they just bowl bad. They know not to approach them during competition. The fans are smart. I mean, this is the best of both worlds. And the players love it. They love interacting with the fans and creating the relationships, like you said, because since the revival of the PWBA Tour, these women have taken to social media. They have accepted the fans. They've formed relationships, formed friendships even, and memories with some of these people, and they get to see them, every other year, or if they return to different places each year, and it really helps not just grow this tour, but grow the sport.
I agree. Couldn't have been said better. We've seen some instances as Shannon gets out of trouble. Some instances where fans have made trips and driven to from. Let's say they lived on the East Coast. Let's say they lived in Florida. Shot there from Colton. Liz kind of got that look in her eye, too. She's got that step out working. But, from Florida to Vegas, I think last year was one. And, fans kind of, like Hosan was saying earlier, where he was, looking forward to the date where the Tour Championship will be announced for 2020 so he can plan his trip.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of fans have done is, hey, we're going to be sneaking a vacation. Let's plan the vacation around this particular PWBA stop.
Who could have imagined that when the tour was reintroduced? Was it 2015? I mean, people planning vacations to come watch the PWBA. That is how much this tour has grown since its revival 4 years ago. I mean, that's just unbelievable.
This is the 5th season overall since that time, including 2015, obviously, because we had 2015 competition. Another 4-pin. Seen a couple of those on this particular pair as well.
Get out there.
Uh-oh. Red alert. Red alert. By the way, Greg, Josie is indeed having a baby, as Don and Michelle have mentioned. Her and husband Kyle Barnes, who is here this week, certainly are expecting, and October is their respective birth month. Shot there from Jose. Made a ball change. Don't forget, click submit entry. This is twice in one game. Told you it was going down.
You did. The power hour.
I like it. The giveaway guru. Time for some graphics, I think.
I will tell you one thing from talking to you and Kyle about your impending fatherhoods.
Yeah.
I've now figured out the line between a dude and a soon-to-be father. Because as a dude, I'm like, hey, pregnancy's last 9 months. How far along? Oh, she's 6 months. But soon-to-be father, it's like, oh, 27 weeks, 32 weeks. I'm like, don't make me do the math.
Could be 36 weeks and 5 days. Those kind of things. Shout out to Mr. Morales Jesus. Congratulations.
Ooh. Lauren out of trouble. Did not want to compound the mistake of missing a single pin in the 8th with a split in the 9th, and she almost did that. The kicks the 10 out late, just leads to 2-4. Hey, I bet Liz Culkin struck.
You, my friend, would indeed be correct.
Meanwhile, quietly on that same pair, Maria Jose Rodriguez was working on a 270 game now, back-to-back spares, assuming this 4-pin conversion. She's looking to be in the 240s herself after a 253 the first game. Converts it.
With a spare, Liz Culkin will get to 226. Tay is working hard. She's a double away from hitting in the 220s with good count. Poplar. .247 for Maria. I tell you what, Gregory, I think, and I'd have to think about it, but certainly you would be correct in regards to bowling. Oh, roll it. No message of love on the 10-pin for Gigi. Excellent shot there for Jose. She's talked about the 1-2 combination she sometimes feels when bowling. I know my wife was not happy when she could no longer bowl. She was told no. I was a little upset too because she was winning pots after pots after pots every week in league. So I'm like, no, I think we can get one more weekend, man.
So she was basically winning diapers after diapers after diapers.
Yeah, she was, little Trey needs a new pair of shoes mode. it was going down. So I guess I'll have to give my hand, my try. I'll try my hand, I should say, back in the game. We'll see how it goes once he's here. Get out there on the lanes. New focus. Trey needs a new pair of shoes. Okay. Go out there and get it done. We'll see how it goes. I'll call Daniel up. He'll be happy to know.
Hey, if you're going to have that kind of determination, you want to find a doubles event. Let's rock it.
I do have, I've got, oh, good call, Cheryl. Good call. That is correct.
Yes, she did.
Good call.
But
she won a major, too.
That's Serena.
Hey, you could argue the physical perspective. Obviously we love bowling, but, tennis, tennis is not a 5-step approach.
No.
Kind of thing.
And you know how they talk about in boxing, they talk about pound for pound, the best fighter. When they take out weight division, just talk about pure skill. Serena may very well be one of the top 5 pound for pound / sport for sport best athletes in the world.
No, I don't think there's any question.
Over the last, 20, 30 years.
I think history would be appropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, yeah. She won a major, and you're right, she is Serena. Absolutely. Okay. Gary Walsh. That, too, is not a, not a no slouch sport right there as well. And beach volleyball. I like this. Appreciate all of this information. I don't think I remember Gary Walsh, but I do recall Serena for sure.
Let's see, 4-time Olympic gold medalist Dana Vollmer won a 50-meter
She
while
just
pregnant.
Just retired from Team USA.
Alicia Montano, 800-meter race at the USA Track and Field Outdoor Championships while 34 weeks pregnant. Holy moly.
That's a pretty significant week of time right there, 34.
Yeah. And Scottish golfer Catriona Matthew back in 09 won the Brazil Cup while pregnant. As we wrap up Game 3 here on one of our featured pairs, Verity Crawley putting the finishing touches on a possible 174. Brianna trying to double the 10th to get into the 220s. Gigi fired off a pretty good game. Game 2, struggling this game out. Looking at 177, 178. I think that at 178. Missy Parkin struggled mightily last game. 145 to drop her out of the cut. A chance to get to 223 this game. It would put her up at plus 77. Go back in contention.
Thought I heard another roar down on the low end, but did not see the scores. They turn pretty quickly here at as you get done with the game at Silver Lanes.
Kelly Kulik, 240. 246, pending a shot in the fill ball. But she stepped away to make a ball change real quick. Max score of 246 on the board. Slap the 10 out. 246 for Kelly Kulik. That will put her at plus 199. Shannon O'Keefe, again, letting her spare ball do the talking. A bunch of spares, caught a double, 204, so Shannon O'Keefe up to plus 207 for the tournament. Jazriel Tan with 6 pins inside the cut in 11th. She's about to fire off a clean 206, caught a double early. Bunch of spares the rest of the way. So these players know if you're not going to throw a bunch of strikes and shoot a huge number, just go ahead and clean up everything you leave on the pin deck.
Lauren and Verity.
Lauren 201.
This is not the first time that we've had some players ask if we saw what their scores were. As Emil mentioned, the screens change pretty quickly in here. Maria Rodriguez, 689 for the first 3 in here today. I believe that's probably the best we've seen. The best 3-game set to open this block.
There was a pin standing. You didn't make the spare on the field.
I went to the front desk.
You're welcome.
I'm just going to keep emphasizing this point because I can't stress it enough. Liz Johnson can strike the field for a clean 194, no doubles, 3 7 spares in that game, probably buckets or 3 6-10s. I cannot stress how important it is. Stay clean, make your spares. The Liz Culkin cheering section squarely behind us as we start game 4.
Absolutely.
On the lanes in front of us, however. Again, Liz Culkin, Maria Jose Rodriguez has 689 through the first 3 games. On fire, trying to claw her way up the standings. Also on that pair, Julia Bond, Tanya Rumapir, and then over on 13 and 14, just now starting game 4. We just saw them next door, Verity Crawley, Josie Barnes, Lauren Hoffman, and Birgit Poplar.
like everyone is into game 4, which means we'll have some scores momentarily. Score
Yes.
updates.
One of the good things about a smaller field like this is the score updates come pretty quick. You're not going to have too many pairs that have distanced themselves as far as time or where they're at in their block. Everybody getting done right around the same time helps us to bring the scores to you as quick as possible. Also, our tournament staff here are on the ball. That's one of the things that I always make sure of when I run a tournament back home, is I'm concerned about what the bowlers need and what they want the most. And what the bowlers want and what the spectators want is the scores as quick as possible. So when I'm running a tournament back home, not so much anymore. I was our association director for about 3 years, so I would run our singles scratch tournaments and city tournaments, stuff like that. I would make sure I would get the scores out as quick as possible and mistake-free.
Wow. Dynamite shot there from Crawley. Verity has proven she's got the talent, skill, and she has 4. Actually, it could be 5, let me think. Somehow that number's leaving me, but 4 or 5 runner-ups at this point in her very young career.
Wow.
This is her 3rd year on tour. 2 of them have come to the hands of Shannon O'Keefe and always kind of classic moments. Last year was the Sonoma County Open. This year was the Twin Cities Open. One was to Daria Pio, great friend and former teammate collegiately at Weber.
Slap that 4-pin silly, Julia Bond. Michael Stromley, congratulations.
How about that?
Most recent giveaway winner. That's like 3 in an hour.
No, it's less than an hour.
Less than an hour.
So there still could be more.
Like we are waiting for the online standings to update, but the scroll on the screen does show Shannon O'Keefe still our leader at plus 207, and the 12th place number did not change. 12th place cut to tomorrow morning, still plus 92. Typically, once the scroll is updated, the online standings aren't but about a couple minutes behind, if that. So we will have the most recent numbers to you in just a minute or two.
Speaking of Verity's runner-up finishes, I believe the other was to Kelly Kulick in Fountain Valley. 2017, if my memory serves correctly.
A couple of those losses, one to an up-and-coming player like herself and Daria Payo, and then a couple to some current and future Hall of Famers. That's, if you're going to finish second, you can't be too upset about some of those defeats. Oh, you don't have to hurt it, just have to hit it. Verity taps over the 9 pin. Yeah, 21 of the top 24 in points showed up to this week's event. The 3 that were missing, if I remember correctly, Erin McCarthy, Sherry Tan, and Shayna Ung.
Correct.
Okay. So with only 21 of the top 24 being here, that opens up 3 more spots to advance into the main event via the PTQ, which was held yesterday. So the top 11 instead of the top 8 made it in today. Wheel.
Wow. Maria coming off a bronze medal finish at Pan Am Games in the singles competition. Forward to talk to Clara. Mentioned on Bowl TV Central on the Road podcast this week. By the way, that is available online, the Backstage channel on bowltv.com, so be sure to check that out if you haven't already. But Clara mentioned now it was a disappointing finish to doubles. They both struggled and had to really revamp their strategies there, and were able to do that. And obviously Clara winning the gold and Maria winning the bronze. So it's huge for not only them certainly, but also the country of Colombia and their federation. It's interesting, man. You just, every now and then I just kind of find myself, I'll just sit back and I'll read or talk about something like I just mentioned with, Clara, Maria's medal. Shannon, Stephanie won doubles gold at the Pan Am Games. Shannon made the top 8 in singles match play. And of course, shout out to Nick Pate, Jacob Buttrup, silver in doubles. Nick won gold, Jacob bronze.
Yes.
But just when you read off some of these things or talk about certain things, and you go, honestly, sometimes go, wow, I get to sit back for at least 3 months out of my year and literally watch the best. It just doesn't happen all the time. Folks in our position, my position, you work hard in this realm to get to a point where you can watch and call games, broadcast the best at what they do. And it really is fun, and you just sit back and say, wow.
Well, the best part of what you get to do here is you're not just watching the best players in the United States. We have 8 of our top 19 after 11 games today are international players. So you're watching some of the best in the world right here in East Hartford, Connecticut. You're watching them in Tucson. You're watching them in Louisville. I mean, the and the fans in those areas, in those regions, not just get to watch the best players in the state, they get to watch the best players, the best bowlers in the world. I mean, that's, again, it goes to show, as fans of bowling, how lucky we are to have access to players like this and to have this tour around. And these players have fully accepted the responsibility of not just competing and putting on a good show, but helping to grow the tour itself. We do have some scores after 3 games this evening, 11 games total. Shannon O'Keefe, your leader, plus 207. Kelly Kulik has crept up, plus 199, just 8 pins back. Giselle Poss, plus 165. Jordan Richard, plus 154. Julia Bond sitting in 5th, plus 126. Birgit Poplar, our PTQ winner, plus 114. In 6th place, Sandra Gongora, plus 108. Shannon Plahowski, 102. Jazreel Tan and Gigi Mason tied in 9th at plus 99. Diana Zavyalova, plus 95 in 11th place. And 12th place, Sydney Brummett at plus 92. But watch out, just outside that cut line, as she's working on a max score of 290 through 6 frames, is Maria Jose Rodriguez, 689 for the first 3 games this evening, plus 90 overall, only 2 pins out. She is storming up the leaderboard this evening. Clara in 14th at plus 87, Missy Park at plus 77, Tanya Romapir plus 72 in 16th. Liz Culkin, plus 71. Liz Johnson, plus 69. Verity Crawley, plus 68. And 20th, Jillian Martin, at plus 67.
All right, Barnes clean through 6, 3rd strike of this game. We'll be looking for her 2nd double when she steps up here momentarily. Birgit Poplar was 6th at plus 114. It's going to be a really intriguing top 12 the way, obviously got a long way to go still, but the way it could end up shaking out. Splitting the 8-9 there was Poplar. Jazreel Tan. Shot from Crawley as Tan tied for 9th, as Daniel mentioned. Talked to Jazreel during the break, and she will be bowling all 3 elite events. Obviously already bowling here, so she will be bowling in Louisville and in Orlando. And then also is going to bowl the players as well. Of course, Jazreel, for those who may not know, from Singapore. She's already won Singaporean champion this year. That is Shayna Ong. Although 2 players from Singapore were in the top 24 in points, Shayna and Sherry Tan. But neither, of course, are here, as we mentioned. There it is. I tell you what, can you imagine what Liz Culkin's high school matches might have been like?
I can, but only for one reason. There's a high school back in Louisville, and they've been known for the last 15 years to have fans that are as rowdy as what's behind us. You've got parents, family members,
awesome.
friends. I mean, they're known for loud. Dare I say, and the group behind us is not this. The PRP fans back in Louisville are just flat obnoxious, but you know that going in. that this high school team brings a fan base that will rock your world. And the team's pretty good. So it's a double dose of oh man. But just mentioning that, some of the best atmospheres I've experienced in bowling have been high school bowling and collegiate bowling.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I'd like to go back and I won't say redo high school because I wouldn't want to do that per se, but I would like to check out what a high school match may look like from 2000, 2001, 2002 to 2017, 2018, 2019. Just to see from what the differences could be overall too. I'm talking about obviously equipment's different and lane conditions are different. You know, probably we've been bowling on sport pattern at this point. You know, so I'm just curious. Those are things. Sometimes I think about, like, what would it be like bowling in certain environments at this point if you could redo certain things for a little bit.
Well, we don't have any high school eligibility left, but I do have a year of college eligibility left. So I could, you know what? If I could talk a sponsor, a donor into paying for me to go back to school for a year, I could do an op-ed piece, a whole study on what it's like to bowl collegiately 11 years after I graduated. I'm going to start a GoFundMe. Send Daniel back to college.
Well, I do think you would be good enough to where some institution may be willing to offer some assistance.
I'd start anywhere I went.
Due to your talent.
Oh, yeah.
And still academic abilities.
Well, I will say, I'll probably say that at this point in life, I would know how to apply myself and probably care a little more about the academic side than I may have back in those days.
I'll say this, and I'll say it after the Rodriguez shot here.
Which is probably going to be good, and probably going to be one shot, and probably going to be a strike.
And there it is. And this is all, in all honesty, very serious. But you could be a GA, honestly, if you wanted to, right now. You could. You could be a player / grad assistant. You could.
Don't even do that to me.
Okay, man. Hey, I'm out, man. I'm out of it. I don't have any years. You know, I'm out. Although I've been getting the school bug in a sense. Wife's completing her. Oh, goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Lauren Hoffman. I know it. She is completing her master's in public health online. That's. I'm like, I liked school at one point. Then I was like, oh, after that master's degree, I'm like, oh, I'm good. So I don't even know what to go back to school for at this point. But outside of like a particular certification, or if I could take a specific class or two that was just very focused on something. Wow. Like coding, or app development, or audio production.
Well, I think the extent of my schooling is going to be schooling the young players in the city of Louisville on the lanes.
One of a kind.
Ba-dum-bumch.
Tanya. You look at Tanya's season, and it's been pretty solid overall. Ninth, of course, in points coming into this event. But you just look at her major finishes. Fourth at the Queens, and of course second at the U.S. Women's Open. We talk about getting it done when Yeah, and not that no moment matters or every moment doesn't matter, the events don't matter, but, you know, obviously majors present, you know, generally enhanced challenges. I mean, you know that coming in, obviously, but so her performance this year has been exceptional. She's missed a few cuts. But, you know, has made up for it in her major finishes this year. Liz Culkin is 8th actually in points coming in. She missed an event at the Twin Cities Open. I believe she was in a wedding, if I recall correctly. Finished 3rd in Tucson, shot 299 if you recall, in the opening match of the stepladder finals. Oh my.
Keeps the 290 alive.
That boy came zipping over. Rodriguez, I'm sorry.
I would say, speaking to Tanya's success in the majors, it's some players just shine when they're on a bigger stage like that. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think Brooks Koepka, the PGA, the golfer, has no regular tour wins, but like 3 major wins in the last X amount of years and multiple top 5 finishes in the last 10 or so majors. No regular tour wins, but kills it on the big 4 tournaments.
Yeah, it's become, and I'm not an avid golf watcher. I do watch it and been trying to get into it for the longest time. But I guess so for me in my world, as someone who is not a full 100% golf fan, but I do like to watch when it's on and know, you know, certain players. So if I'm hearing his name a lot, then for me, I'd be like, okay, Brooks Koepka is a household name. And yes, you're right because of that. Rodriguez.
Come on. Good shot.
Ooh. She's going to go to the bag. Who cares about that 290? Trying to get lined up and get some information. Not that she's not lined up per se, but trying to get some information on what a ball change might look like. So she's going to make a ball change on the field.
I'll bet you lunch tomorrow she strikes.
You're going to bet lunch?
Or dinner tonight.
I would take that. I would take that bet. I've seen her do this many times.
But see, I only have one possible result. You have 10.
That's true. You're right. That's how confident I am. I guess I'm showing confidence in this ball change.
I'm basically giving you the field.
I'm confident in her ability.
Let's see what happens. It looks left of target. Well, 286. Very well thrown game. And most of those strikes were elbow deep, shoulder deep. I'm not going to leave an 8-pin because the ball is going to drive over the 8-pin.
Liz Culkin strikes out for 195. Yeah, she had been on a roll, but she did what she had to do and made a split in the 8th. I believe it was, what was that, 3-4?
3-4, 6, 7.
Made that, 9 spare in the 9th. Throw all 3 in the 10th, and you only lose 5 pins.
Meanwhile, that 286 is going to put Rodriguez at plus 176, which was going to solidly put her in the top 3. Top 3, top 4.
You know, man, it's TV month. It's TV from here on out. And they know what's at stake. And listen, the points situation and the revolving top 24, the players know what's at stake. You know, players know the score. Some players, we talked about it all the time, you know, some like to look at the score, some don't. But they know generally the situation. Know what's necessary. And a lot of times you can just feel it, right? We've been there. You know, you can kind of tell by what's happening around you. Like, okay, I don't know the score, I don't know the exacts, but by these reactions, facial expressions, you know, I may need this or I may need that.
Another big game over to our left. Jordan Richards steps up in the 10th, a possible 269 on the board. She is currently in 4th at plus 154. I don't think she liked it off her hand, but the pins fell. Runaway Brooklyn. Give her hits.
Jay Rich in the building. Verity Crawley and gets 213. First shot 10 frame, and that goes right through the heart. 3-6-10 for Verity. Julia Bond, clean game already intact. One more on the field, and 223 for Julia Bond.
Well, Julia, Jordan, and Maria are all three going to pass Giselle Poss, who was at plus 165 and shot 172 that game. So she's still inside the top 12. Still sitting good, but she's going to lose some spots. Sandra Gongora, another player inside the top 6, actually 7th. Steps up on lane 8. Needs to double the 10th for 180. So a little bit of shuffling going on inside the top 12 right now. Oh, what hit the 7th? I don't know,
but it's 215.
215. If you're just joining us, we're wrapping up Game 4, halfway through the second block of qualifying at the 2019 PWBA East Hartford Open right here on Bowl TV. These players bowled 8 games this morning, 8 games this evening. We're finishing up Game 4 of that second block right now. 4 games left, cut to the top 12. Those 12 return tomorrow morning. Pins carry over, 6 more games. And that 22-game total will determine our top 5 for the live stepladder finals at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on CBS Sports Network tomorrow night.
Don't forget, folks, on Bowl TV, my man Earl is back, and we've been at it for a second season. Had a few episodes already this year. Should have stayed tuned for more info as we continue Earl's journey to 900 right here on Bowl TV. Bowling lives here. You can find archived episodes of Earl's journey to 900 on the Backstage channel at bowltv.com/backstage. We could have some cool stuff coming up with Earl. I don't want to give too much away, but I'll just say there's interest. There's interest from many on how to get Earl to shoot 900. So we could have some cool stuff up ahead. Maybe a few guests along the way. You can revisit season 1 if you'd like to as well. That is also on the Backstage channel, Earl's Journey to 900. And we are headed to Game 5. As my man DQ elegantly said. Richard Plum, by the way, I wouldn't mind going back to some of those decades, 50s, 60s. I am curious. You watch video and you see certain things, but I'd be like, I'd like to spend a day. It's like you watch some of your favorite TV shows, and they have some of those flashback moments where they go back and they can't talk to the folks, so they just watch. So I'd definitely be okay with that. But I'd like to throw some shots. I'd probably be pretty decent a few years back, because I used to be really accurate. And
I can attest,
definitely
yes.
needed some accuracy, obviously, during those times. So
I know the grass is always greener, but I was talking to somebody at Junior Gold, and I said, I wish I had been born 10 years later to take advantage of all the opportunities the youth players have now, or if I had been born 15 years sooner, back when everybody played the gutter and everybody played outside of 10, up 7-8. Played them straight. Didn't have to worry about hooking this stupid thing. Just threw the ball straight.
But you do that already.
I know, but back then it was it was more important to throw it straight because hooking it didn't exist.
I mean, it depends on who you ask.
Maybe to you, my opinion trumps all, man.
Wow, man. We are awaiting Diana Zavyalova, Haley Richards, Sydney Brummett, and Giselle Poss. We'll have Taylor Boltice, Stephanie Johnson, Kayla Bandy, and Sandra Gongora. No.
Uh-oh, 50 seconds. Brant warned us.
Say no more. The cannon, cannon, cannon.
We may have another name creeping up towards that cut. Jillian Martin just shot 234 to get to plus 101. Well,
she's going to be around it no matter what. I think these last couple of games. And if let's see, I'll take a look at round one. By the way, submit your entry if you haven't already. Brant's got this thing firing on all cylinders, and we really mean it today. Mark. Is it Waiters or Waters? Congrats, Mark. Oh, what else do we have here, young Brant?
good start by Sandra Gongora. Probably didn't like the ball motion, but slaps the 5-pin one way and the 7-pin the other way. Both of them left on the pin deck, but they weren't standing.
Yeah, Brandon, you're a little tardy, my man. It's unfortunate. But your man Brand has been putting in the work with the giveaway cannon. He must have been listening to Daniel Ferris describe the pocket 710s on lane 11 and said, you get a prize, you get a giveaway, you get a giveaway.
I'm an influencer. Isn't that what they call people on social media that don't really do anything but somehow are famous? Influencers?
Yeah, get your follower count up.
I'm a Bowl TV influencer.
You have to step your game up. Gotta use your inside voice before you put you outside.
I don't have an inside voice.
I know. I know. You don't. Hold on. Again, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time Saturday, tomorrow.
Hold on.
TV show, CBS Sports Network. 5 TV finalists. We'll know who those 5 players will be tomorrow at around 1-ish.
That's what I was going to say. We went 10 to about 2:45 today for 8 games. In your experience, tomorrow with 12 bowlers, would we have 3 on a pair or still 4 on, or would we go 2 on a pair? How do they?
Actually, I know the answer to that because I have know what pairs we were using. But to your point, I do think it would be. I think from a pace perspective, we'll try to get it to 3 more than likely. Generally, the round of 12 is actually, I'm tripping, actually. There's going to be 2 on a pair.
Okay. Oh, the pace will be lightning quick.
The Elite's got me all messed up. There should be 2 on a pair. That is what we would normally have in a round of 12. Oh, and no love, no break from the 7th.
As far as our roles here at Bowl TV are concerned, for the first 12 games, scores haven't been that important as far as following and watching cut numbers. We've just kind of been giving updates, but as we enter Game 5 in the back half of this block, that's when we are really going to start crunching numbers and looking, okay, who shot what, where they dropped to, where did this person get to. This is when it starts to become really important. And as a player, depending on where I'm at in the field, again, if I'm top 5, top 6, I'm not too concerned. Unless I just fire off a 160 or something stupid like that. I'm not going to be too concerned at what the numbers are. But if you're in that cut, 40-pin window, I'm gonna want to know. I'm going to want to know, okay, what am I doing? And maybe even start watching some of my competitors, which for me does not affect me, but I know that some players, that can negatively impact them. Get it? Get it? Ah. We do have numbers after game 4 this evening. New leader, Jordan Richard, plus 211. Shannon O'Keefe, plus 206. Kelly Kulick, plus 195. Maria Jose Rodriguez, plus 176. Julia Bond still in 5th. Players are falling below her and dropping above her, and she's just staying right there in 5th, plus 149. Diana Zavyalova, plus 140. Giselle Poss, plus 137. Birgit Poplar, plus 132. Shannon Pluhowski, plus 102. Julia Martin creeps further inside the top 12, up to 10th at plus 101. And the cut has come down. 11th, Clara Guerrero, plus 89. And the cut has dropped 5 pins. Sydney Brummett in 12th at plus 87, tied with Tanya Rumapir, also at plus 87. So right now a tie on the cut line. A handful of bowlers just outside of it. Gigi Mason, plus 84. Sandra Gongora, plus 80. Liz Culkin, you hear the cheers coming from the high end of the house. She's on front 4 right now. She's at plus 66. 21 pins outside of the number. Valerie Bercier, plus 63. Verity Crawley, plus 61. And rounding out the top 20 is Missy Parkin in 19th at plus 58. And Jazriel Tan in 20th at plus 57 after a 158 game. Liz Johnson, after starting 215, 257, had crept all the way up to plus 75. But the last 2 games, 194, 154. And she is just left of us on lanes 9 and 10. She's now plus 23. So if she's going to get up there, of course, the cut has come down, which does help the players outside of it. But there's a lot of names inside a small window around that 12th place.
Nice start here for Sid. Spare 3-bagger for Brummett. Speaking of graduate assistants, although Sid I don't think is technically a GA. I think she is an outright assistant coach, but now working with Indiana Tech University, of course, after her years at Wichita State competing. Had some really good combos at this year's Intercollegiate Team Championships. There were, I feel like it happened twice, but there was at least one match where Indiana Tech was facing Wichita State. And so it put, obviously, her new team, and, of course, her previous squad that she knew about. Knew all coaches, etc. So, but very interesting experiences in both situations. Obviously new to the coaching side of it, but so much to offer. And the players already love her and what she has brought to the table for Indiana Tech. So I'm looking forward to the collegiate season a little bit this year, and seeing some some of the new faces that you would see, of course, collegiately, some of the teams, how they've improved, and, of course, who's going to make runs to national titles.
Well, and hearing you say that her players already look up to her, one of the biggest hurdles that a younger coach, because you got to think she's only a handful of years older than some of her players. As a younger coach like that, you've got to earn the respect of your players, because if they don't respect you, you're not quite old enough to, for lack of a better term, put the fear of God in them. Tell them, hey, you're going to do this. I know that our coach in college, Randy, was never that way. But if Randy had said, do this, I would have went, yes, sir. But with a coach that's closer to your age, that's the challenge that Sydney has. And if she's already earned their respect and they look up to her, that will make her job 1,000 times easier.
I tell you, it is an adjustment. But I do think after having experienced a little bit of kind of the GA side, coaching, etc., after experiencing it, I would have to think that it may be a touch, I hate to use the word easier, certainly maybe a little bit different, which could make it easier if you're not coaching the same players that were once your teammates.
That's a good point.
And people you call friends.
That's a really good point.
It's a different dynamic, and she certainly may know a couple of players on the team, but she wasn't in the trenches with them for 4 years.
Yeah.
That kind of thing, and or help nurture those young players that were in the program who essentially take your spot when you leave, and that's what I had to deal with, and talking to players like yourself and others, and it was an adjustment for me. Without a doubt, certain things you just can't really do anymore, just because of the way you need to conduct yourself, carry yourself as a coach.
Oh,
good Lord! If
Man.
only we had SG's reaction, facial expression. It was just off the side of the screen there. We could have utilized that with her permission, and that would have been the new face of the 8th.
Unfortunately, I can't show our viewers, but you talk about facial reactions. A group of Louisville was in Vegas pulling the OC, and a young man by the name of Courtney, two-handed bowler, was bowling, had struck the entire game. He gets up in the 10th, leaves a stone 9-pin, and comes back like that, and then just kind of crosses his lips and crosses. I felt bad for my man.
Zavialova working on a 4-bagger. Bercier with the front 5 over on 9 and 10. Liz Culkin with 6 out of 7. Down on 17 and 18. Right, Giselle with a 4-bagger. Giselle originally from the Chicagoland area. I believe Montgomery or Aurora. Pretty sure it's Montgomery. But went to Vanderbilt. Lived in Nashville for a bit. Now has moved on to Florida. And Brummett. Talked about Sid being the cut number right now with Tanya Rauman at plus 87. Steph J is trying to find something here in this game. No strikes, but again, what you want to see and expect certainly at this level, has managed to remain clean. And after that missed 8-pin in the 5th from Gongora, she has doubled. Well, I just missed all of this. Want to say what's up, Chris? Sam. Totally understand that. Certainly from a fan perspective, we appreciate your opinions on that. Also appreciate all the other ideas on formats. Could indeed have a ladder match, tables and chairs.
No, I'm just confused as to what I just walked back into.
Oh yeah.
I stepped away.
Could confuse.
I got some catching up to do.
Yeah, Steph is indeed working on the all-spare game. Oh my. Oh my. Goodness gracious. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure Giselle can throw it any better than she just did in the ninth frame. All right, here's Poss. About to step up. 10th frame, the 257 available. Liz Culkin with 258 available, and it just threw the first one in the 10th frame. Meanwhile, Maria Jose Rodriguez has thrown the first in the 10th as well, working on one in the 9th. And she'll be able to at least gain a couple here. Poss. Need some help? No, it doesn't.
Oh. Stephanie not the only one working on an all-spare game down on lane 7 and 8, Jazriel Tan. 6 spares in a row as she steps up in the 7th. And strikes the 7th for Jazriel. Well, that dream is over.
Where was, oh, actually, a second. Well, let's watch here. Poss is about to enter the left side of your screen. In 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
Ah. Oh, Steph struck. The good news is she can't get to 208. She can't have the all-spare game. Where's Valerie Mercier in the standings?
17th at plus 63, which puts her 24 pins outside the cut.
Okay, well, she gets 257 this game. 232 for Zavyalova. Clean all around. 232. All right, here is Steph, 10th frame. Wants to play the feud. Oh, goodness gracious. And that would be an X, but not the good one in regards to Family Feud. Survey said 9 pin. This is a high quality game from Stephanie Johnson.
If only she just hadn't gotten greedy in the 9th frame. Just could have left a flat 10 or something.
What about that ring 10 that
Yeah.
SG just left? Shannon O'Keefe turns 2 into 3. And she can get to 213. She's in the 10th frame. Over on 9 and 10. Ugh. Good Lord. Wow. That's an impressive 187.
You are not wrong. Valerie got the first one in the 10th, needs the second one right here to get into the 250s. Leaves a half 10 pin, she can shoot 247. And that will go a long way towards putting her inside the cut. She was 24 pins out coming into this game, but as we saw just in one of our 2 featured pairs right here, 3 players all inside the cut. Diana, Giselle, and Sydney, all 230 or better. As we get down to it, the closer we get towards games 7 and 8. Oh, Taylor Bolthice just barely nips the 10 pin over before the ball falls off into the channel. But as we get into these last 2 games, you're going to see which players' swings start to loosen up and they start to make better shots to put themselves in contention. And some players' swings are going to get tighter. And they just going to start missing some targets, maybe not quite the same at the bottom of the swing. And all that depends on how comfortable you are on the lanes at that point of the night, how much you like your ball motion. Also add in how well you may be throwing the ball at that point. But certainly at this level, we're going to see more shot makers show up than we are tight swings.
Well, looks like we got ourselves a little break. Gives me an opportunity to remind you that the 2019 Cubica AMF PWBA Players Championship, again, will take place in Raleigh, North Carolina. I've been there once, and that's only because we had to do a site visit. So I may be there at this moment in time. We'll see what happens on September 4th through the 8th, and you can watch all of the competition live on Bowl TV. Be sure to tune in and watch the best female bowlers in the world compete. Bowl TV, bowling lives here. All right, folks, for Game 6 and 7, we're going to give the floor to my man Daniel Ferris. Mike Donahue. I'm sorry. I apologize. I got really excited to see my guy Mike Donahue in the chat. Oh, man, I got to tell Aaron Smith now. So for Game 6 and 7, we will have we'll give Daniel some reps with a guest. We'll have Summer Jasmine in the booth for a minute. I'm going to step aside, get some items taken care of, and I'll be back for Game 8 to close out qualifying. So next voices you hear will be Daniel and Summer. And, of course, many of you already know Summer. And so looking forward to hearing what Summer will bring to the table here. All right, so we'll be back in one moment. This is the PWBA East Hartford Open here on Bowl TV.
Well, as E mentioned, joining us in the booth here for Game 6, maybe Game 7, PWBA star Summer Jasmine. Summer, how you doing this evening?
Doing pretty good. How are you doing?
Doing well. Enjoying covering this tournament. Kind of getting to the exciting part as we get closer to the cut. Scores are starting to go up around the cut.
Yep.
What have you been seeing this evening watching this squad?
Definitely looks a little harder than this morning. Maybe just a little tighter. Usually the second time the pattern gets down, it gets a little flatter. Still the same thing. Lots of nines. I mean, that's been kind of like what I've seen even the PTQ yesterday, which I struggled with carry, left a lot of, I either 4-pin or I 10-pin. So I'd move off to 4-pin and I still 10-pin. So it's kind of like just getting your ball to do the right thing through the pins. And you hit a pair where you can strike, you gotta take advantage of it.
Yeah, that's one thing we've talked a lot about watching the players, not just that have hit our featured pairs, but the pairs around us, is that if the ball wasn't entering the pins the right way, if you weren't flush and the ball wasn't entering the pins with energy, you're going to leave a 7-10, you're going to leave a flat 10. If the ball's not good off your hand and it goes high flush, you're going to leave a 4-pin. We've seen stone 8s, we've seen stone 9s, so the carry has been very tricky, not just on these 4 lanes in front of us, but throughout the 18 lanes that have been in use the last 2 days.
Yes. I think somewhere like 7, 8, 9, 10, one of the left lanes, I've seen like at least 3 7-10s.
Lane 11, we've had 4 or 5 7-10s
Okay, so maybe
just this block.
Okay, so maybe it's that one. I knew it was like one of the left lanes, kind of toward the left half of the side we're using this evening. And I just seen a bunch of them. And then I feel like some of the girls, when they try to strike, they 3-6-10. It's kind of one of those ones you try to make it and force it in there. And you just either you go high. And then I also see a lot of buckets. It's kind of like you miss a little right, ball doesn't want to, kind of burns up, or it just never gets going left, and you'll either miss the head pin or catch a bucket.
So from bowling the 8 games yesterday in the PTQ and then watching some of the competition here, first of all, from watching both days, Emil and I talked, and I think he and I were of the agreement that yesterday looked to be a little longer because the lanes on the fresh this morning looked like they hooked more than yesterday. What have you seen based on what you competed on yesterday and then what you've seen today? How would you compare the 2 patterns?
I think this pattern's a little shorter compared to what we bowled on. I mean, of course, it could be more volume. I just felt like ours didn't have that. It didn't hook that quick off the spot like I saw in practice yesterday. I felt it was shorter. Just watching, and it just made it look like ours just felt longer. Maybe the volume wasn't as high. That's what it felt like. Then watching practice, I felt it was a shorter pattern because it felt like all the girls that kind of throw it toward the gutter and it came off the spot like they were lined up. And then this morning I came in like game 5. I was talking to Maria. She's like, I'm already left. I'm like 19 at the arrows. And I saw her look, but she's like, you got to get it right. You can't keep it like kind of in front of you. You got to get it going to the right. And she struggled this morning, but she's really good right now.
Yeah, she's lighting it up this evening. So, talk to me about how has your season been so far?
Roller coaster.
Has it?
Yes. Started rough in Cleveland, cashed a couple times, cashed the next stops, and then hit Queen, struggled there. West Coast Swing struggled, and then U.S. Open happened, and I bowled well. But that week, I kind of went with a new mindset, just kind of took it day by day because we bowled on, in qualifying, we bowled on 3 different patterns. And kind of had, not really a game plan, but I had an idea of like my arsenal because we had just 10 balls. And I'm like, all right, this is my game plan. We had the warm-up pairs, which you kind of just use those to warm up. Then you get the 1 shot, or 2 shots.
1 shot on each lane before competition?
Yeah. And luckily got lined up. Nathan and I kind of worked together, had a pretty good game plan. It was just stay clean. That was my goal. Luckily, spare shooting was really good for,
And at the U.S. Open, it has to be.
It has to be, yeah. And they were tough. The first day, I think, was the hardest pattern we bowled on. It was 37 feet flat, and I think I shot 190 the first game, and I hit the pocket once. Because I went back and watched it, I was like, man, I don't know how I shot 190, but I did. And like I said, I took advantage of one game, hit a really good pair, shot 250, finished plus 60 for the block, and just used it as momentum going into the next day. Next day, kind of played not my A game. I like to get left and just kind of throw it right. Second day, kind of tried to stay behind the ball and kind of tumble it, keep it in front of me, and I went like 80 over, which for me, I'm ecstatic because that's not like my best part of my game.
That's not your A game?
Yeah, exactly. But it's getting there. It's getting to that point. So, and then the next day was a little longer, longer pattern, lower volume. And I told Nathan, I said it's grind day. It's just hit the head pin, make spares. Kind of went like a little plus. So just went into the next day. Made cashier's round, made match play. So that was my best U.S. Open ever. So like I said, roller coaster.
So at that point, once you made match play at the Open, you were like, okay, this is like you said, the best I've finished at the Open thus far. We're kind of not necessarily playing with house money, but we have nothing to lose at this point.
Exactly.
And we're just going to roll from here.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, talking about when you got here in Game 5 this morning and Maria had already moved into about 4th arrow. I think it was Game 3. We had Verity on 13 and 14, and she was already crossing 25.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's a trend that E and I talked about. I've seen it at the men's level when I've competed in regionals, a couple U.S. Opens, and even when you take a step down and bowl some of the amateur events, the top-level amateur stuff I bowl in, the guys are getting left as quick as they can.
Yes, they are.
And we're seeing it not just on in men's tournaments, but here on tour. I watched it happen this second block. Is fewer people in practice this evening were trying to play right, but the ones that were trying to play right in practice tonight were straighter through the fronts than the ones this morning. They realized they couldn't give away the pocket as much, but for the most part, the field was kind of in between 2nd and 3rd arrow and just going left from there.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I always think you got to break them down a little bit just to give you that, especially in get 15 minutes of warm up. Try to break them down to where you can have a little bit of missed room right. And sometimes I feel like a lot of girls, when they warm up, they kind of warm up to get lined up really quick, and it makes it trickier because then you don't have that spot to throw it to, like the guys do. Sometimes they'll stay farther right, they'll sacrifice a game or two, and then they'll just jump in and just have a spot to throw it to. And
that's something he and I talked about because I asked him, I think it was towards the end of this morning, like Game 7, Game 8. I said, what do you expect to see tonight? And he said, I'm hoping the players are going to start a little further right and kind of burn up a spot. And I equated that to what I see at the Open Championships out in Las Vegas this year, was these two companion teams would burn up in team event, try and burn up 5, 6, 7, and just go left from there. And while I understand that would be 10 players all working towards a common goal of an eagle, and out here it's pretty much every bowler for themselves.
Right.
The field, whether they're probably not going to talk about it in the paddock, all 32 get together, hey, we're going to break down 5, 6, 7. But you would hope the field would start a little further right, knowing that if we burn this spot up, it's going to make it easier on ourselves as the night goes on.
And usually that doesn't happen. But I think tonight it's not as bad, but I feel like a lot of the girls went into cleaner cover stocks a lot quicker than this morning. And just from the looks of it, like with the newer surface, the cleaner covers, I think the cleaner covers here look really good. It's able to get through that front part, and they were telling me the characteristics of the lanes before, like the mid lane's just hook, the front's hook. You got to get the ball through the front. If you can get it through the front and the mid lane, then your strike percentage goes up in here. But a lot of 10 pins, which obviously you guys have seen a lot of. It's like they said, I felt they're very playable. It's just getting the strikes is what's making it look harder.
Well, we saw scores kind of go up game 5, and the cut.
Oh, the cut went up quite a bit.
The cut went up a bunch. We've got Shannon O'Keefe and Jordan Richard tied in the lead after 5 games, 3 left, both at plus 219. Kelly Kulik in third at plus 183. Giselle Poss 180 over. Maria Jose Rodriguez cools off a little bit from that 247, 286 we saw. Shoots 201 that game. She's at plus 177 at 5th. Diana Zavyalova at plus 172. Birgit Poplar plus 141. Julia Bond finally drops from 5th. She's been there almost all night. Down to 8th at plus 132. Sydney Brummett jumps up 3 spots to 9th at plus 123. Liz Culkin, a big last game, 256, which pleased the local crowd that is in attendance from just 2 hours away in Schenectady. She's at plus 122 in 10th. Gigi Mason has been consistently inside the top 12 all day at 11th, plus 119. And the last transfer spot to tomorrow morning, Clara Guerrero at plus 114. So the cut the last 3 games went 92, 92, 89, and now it's jumped 25 pins to 114. Just outside the cut, Valerie Bercier, big game last game, 247. She's at 13th at plus 110. Shannon Plahowski plus 107. And then it's a 21 pin drop. Verity Crawley in 15th, plus 86. Sandra Gongora plus 81. Tanya Romapir plus 79. Jazriel Tan in 18th plus 70. And then Jillian Martin plus 67 after a 166 game. And 20th is Rocio at plus 54. So at this point in the tournament, are you a player, or at any point in the tournament, do you like to watch scores?
Not really.
Okay.
Sometimes most of the time, I'd rather not know. That was a great pickup for Valerie Bercier. Kind of depends, but I personally would rather not know what's going on. But, you know, tendencies are, used to we'd have like the big projectors, so they would be up on the sides.
Oh, with the scroll?
With the yeah, with the scroll. Now it's running across the bottom of the screen.
And even just tonight, we've got, it shows just the leaders, or the leader, and then 12th place doesn't give a name, but just the cut number. Yeah.
So, I mean, you kind of would like to know where you are, especially when you're close. But sometimes, for me, sometimes it's better not to know. And then most of the time, I have to know what's going on. But I think it's just like some people's just nature, just needing to know everything what's going on around you.
And that's kind of the way. I was talking to E about this. If I'm in the top 5, top 6, I'm solidly in that top 12.
I'm not looking.
I'm not worried. It doesn't matter unless like I said to him, if I do something stupid and shoot 150, okay, I'm going to look. But otherwise, I'm going to bowl my last 3 games, take a look at the standings, go, okay, get ready for the morning. But if I'm around that cut number, if I'm within 40 or 50 pins either way,
I'm looking.
And the detail-oriented person in me who wants to know the OCD, I'll be looking at the names around me that are on the standings, and then looking around the scoring monitors going, okay, what's so-and-so doing?
I've done that before. I can tell you what stop I did it at, too. It was at the Lincoln Open this year. I think I was, like, within 20 of the cut, and I'm like, man, I need to shoot, like, 220. And it was short, low volume. I know I was at least looking at, like, 27.
Oh, man.
So I probably hit, like, 30. And I couldn't get in front of the ball return, and I was like, oh, left lane I was good. Had plenty of room. And I was like, I need 220. And I saw a couple girls, they were bowling to the side of me. They were close to the number 2, so I was watching.
Yeah, that's not something that's ever, I don't want to say has ever affected me in a negative way, I don't think. But I do know some players that they don't want to know. They can't know the numbers.
Yeah.
And then some people, it's almost a fault. They watch too much, and they overthink it, and they get nervous about it, and all of a sudden their swing tightens up, and they think they have half an inch to hit when they've got 3 boards to hit, and it all just goes out the window.
Yep. I've been on both sides of that.
Don't see too many strings out there right now. Looks like Birgit, 3 strikes after opening spare, a couple pair down.
Diana had a string.
Yeah, she did. Came off that with an open, spared the 6th then. Was front 4, split, spare. Kayla Bandy, 5 spares in a row. We've seen a lot of that. And it's something I've been preaching, and people in the chat, I apologize, but I preach on this over and over and over to make your spares. I mean, your spare game will keep you in tournaments. It will allow you, it will buy you time to find a ball motion. If you don't have a motion and you're in the right area of the lane, your spare game will keep you there. If you're in the wrong area of the lane with the wrong ball motion, your spare game will keep you there. You just got to keep making your spares and keep fighting it.
Yes, when you make spares, you don't have to throw that 4-bagger like later in the day. Because sometimes it's not there. Sometimes, you know, you got to take a double here and a double there, but man, if you can just keep everything clean, just fill frames, eventually they'll start falling for you. I know being on tour, I've learned how to grind, because sometimes you have a 190 look, like that's all you have. And then you hit that one pair that's 250, you got to attack it and just trust it that you're going to make good shots and carry everything. And then you hit the one pair where it's 201 190, that's okay. I mean, you just got to accept it and go.
And watching, I think it was the World Series a couple of years ago, my dad, who's a pro shop owner, is my coach, and I'm an avid bowler, knows the game. He and I were watching, and he said it looks like these guys, they know when they hit the pair they can shoot 260, they shoot 260. And they're going to live with the pairs where they're going to shoot 170 because they know that for every 170 pair, they might catch 260 pairs. And you're talking about the same thing. You've got to grind out. If you're going to shoot 180, 190, maybe you miss a spare and get in the 170s, that's okay. But the minute you hit that pair that you've got to look where you're in the right area of the lane, the ball motion matches up, the carry is there, you have to shoot two. You have to take advantage of that.
Yes. Lane 12 looks a little tricky right here.
Yeah, no doubles between those 4 players. Just
two strikes?
Just 2 strikes in the last 18 shots.
Tell you what, Jillian Martin's very impressive.
Yeah, I wanted to get your thoughts on that young lady.
So I bowled, let's see, a regional in Cleveland. She was a couple pairs away from me and bowled well. I don't remember her. She didn't make the step ladder, but I was just impressed, like, from an approach, just the foul line, everything was just, like, really good. And then she bowled U.S. Open. She's a couple pairs away from me. We bowled the same squad. And I had like I said, I didn't look at scores, so I didn't know where she was. I talked to her, I guess, after round 3, and she's like, "Oh, I'm like minus 80." I'm like, "Oh, that's close. Like that's really close because we bowled the first squad or the morning squad, so you don't know what the number's going to be."
Right.
So I talked to a couple girls. She was one of them, and then Alexis Nair.
Okay.
She was on Junior Team USA, I believe. And she was like minus 50. And I'm like, "Oh, that's close too." They're both close and they're young and she ended up missing the cut. But you know what? That's really good. Like for what, 14?
She just turned 15 on July 25th.
Okay, she just turned 15. That's like really good.
So
I mean, when I was 15, I'm like I couldn't make spare. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I mean when I was 15, I guess I was a sophomore. Sophomore in high school. I was maybe averaging $190 on house shots.
Me too. Yeah.
We had just started right around 15, 16. Would have been 01, 02. Sport shots had just come to Louisville, and I'm not talking about some of the 3-to-1 or 4-to-1 sport compliant stuff we see now. That was back on the days of dirt, like 37-foot flat, 50-foot flat, and that's part of why. Like I was part of the first bowling generation that grew up on sport. And to see how far bowling has come in oil patterns and technology and the science behind the game and equipment, I mean, these kids have all the advantages in the world. And the ones that take advantage of what they have, like Jillian Martin, the sky's the absolute limit.
Yes. And then I kind of saw her like pop up on Junior Gold, like just every like a news brief or whatever. I know she led U20.
Yeah, she moved up 2 divisions.
Moved up 2 divisions, led U20, and made Junior Team USA?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yep. Yeah, she moved up so she could compete for a spot on Junior Team USA, and then went out and did it, and led qualifying by right around 100 pins.
Oh, wow, that's amazing. And she's getting more experience the more she bowls. So, just very impressed with her game. She's very solid, and like you said before, the sky's the limit, and she's going to improve it each year. I wish I had a rev rate.
As she absolutely splits the 8-9. Right on cue. First strike of the game for her. She was right around the cut after a big 230, game 4. Shot 166 the last game. This game not going quite the way she wanted. So she's probably falling a little bit too far outside the cut, but still a great performance. And I was talking to somebody earlier, and they were kind of like, yeah, we almost expected out of her. I said, I don't care what you expect. She's a newly 15-year-old competing against the best players in the world. And having success. I mean, she made it last spot out of the PTQ yesterday. We didn't know if she was going to make it or not after she missed 2 single pins the last game to finish plus 28, but she just snuck in, and then she's had a pretty good performance here in the main event. But it's been a pleasure. The first event I've worked with Emil here at Bowl TV, and we were talking earlier that with how wide the tour has gotten as far as its reach internationally. This isn't just the best female players in the States. It's the best female players in the world.
Yes. Lots of international flavor every week. Got a couple in front of us. Yeah, Rocio,
Yeah.
Restrepo, and then Jazriel Tan and Clara.
And Clara.
Yep. Good cover for Kelly on the 310.
It's like quite a contrast in crossing together. We're talking about the young blood of bowling and Jillian Martin, and then Kelly Kulik, who's one of the most accomplished female players in the history of the PWBA and women's bowling, and on the PBA as well.
Yes.
Everyone remembers that iconic match against Chris Barnes for a PBA major. So there's a lot going right for the PWBA tour right now.
Yes. I remember when she won, I was in college, and I just remember I thought it was like the coolest thing ever that a woman won on the PBA tour against the guys.
Yeah, 2010. So that was I was about a year outside of Lindenwood at that point. Okay. If I remember right, she went front 8. Front 8 pocket 710.
Front something, 710. Ooh, great shot for Clara Guerrero.
And Clara is the cut right now. Plus 114, a 208.77 average. Already 2 opens this game for Clara. Striking the 6th on the spare gives her 74 in the 5th. So a max score just past halfway point, 224. She can't afford to give away too many more pins. But looking up and down the house, I don't quite see the scores this game that we saw last game.
Definitely not as many strings.
No.
Lots of reds going around there.
And man, it's obvious. Those reds just pop.
They do.
On those screens. I don't know if the monitors are new or the brightness is just turned all the way up. But yeah, those red circles pop. Great split conversion there by Gigi Mason in the 8th frame, keeping her chances at a plus game very much alive. She sits in 11th place. And I've got to assume that Liz Culkin isn't bowling very well because I haven't heard the crowd at all. Oh, Liz with 141 in the 9th, and she's about to step up into 10th. Liz, after shooting 250 last game, had jumped up into 10th place, 12 pins ahead of 13th place Mercier. So Liz hit a bad pair and has certainly dug a hole for herself going into game 8.
7.
Oh yeah, this is game 6. That's right. That's right.
That's okay. It probably feels like game 8.
It does.
Game 16 for you guys.
I'll tell you what, though, after 5 straight days of 17 hours of coverage each day at Junior Gold, this has been relaxing for the most part. I mean, 8 games, a 2-hour break, 8 more games. Out of here before midnight, yeah.
How long were your breaks at Junior Gold, or if you had any?
We had, let's see, I'd say probably like an hour and a half between squads, but it was just a lot of sitting around, really nothing much to do. Because there's so many competitors, there's so little you could cover during qualifying because there's so many scores going around.
Right.
The minute you say that, hey, this player maybe took a lead at Thunderbolt, you find out 20 minutes later that someone did the same thing at Astro or at Score or at Century. So really it was just a lot of wash, rinse, repeat. Live stream for 4 games, take a break. Live stream for 4 games. But the coolest thing about Junior Gold is seeing players like Jillian Martin, Anthony Nyer, Annalise Porter, all these young kids that are going to be the future of this game, and it really made me worried about my own abilities in the game of bowling because some of those kids are from my area.
I know Danielle's sister, Victoria. She's watching Danielle today. She's bowling the regional this
On
weekend.
Sunday?
Yes.
Good deal.
And I'm like, I'm gonna get beat by like a 14-year-old. It's okay. I already did. Or 15-year-old. I mean,
Hey.
it's okay. I'll take it.
Back in around 2010, 2011, we had once a month we had a tournament in Louisville called the Main Event. It was $70 to enter, $1,000 on top. Field size was pretty big. Well, this kid started coming up from Brentwood, Tennessee.
Oh, okay.
Little 13-year-old. I mean, little shaggy hair, 4 foot nothing. Kid's name was Cameron Doyle. Yeah, I got beat by a 13-year-old, so it's okay. It happens.
It does happen. We just take it as we go.
Yeah.
And then the minute you beat someone big, you're like, oh, I had a breakthrough moment.
Yeah, and then that person's looking at you going, oh, I just lost to that person. You're like,
Yeah.
You're right, you did.
Well, that was a good shot for
Yeah, it was.
Valerie. So you're going to be hanging out with us for the next few weeks, is that right?
Yes, with Emil. He announced earlier on the show, I don't know if you heard, that they
No.
have a date that they're going to induce
Oh, okay.
Tuesday night at midnight.
Okay.
So he is not going to be in Louisville or Orlando.
Okay.
Of course, Louisville, I live there, so it just makes sense that I'm there. I'll be in Orlando with Aaron and Brant and JT and Curtis.
The whole crew
The whole
is here.
crew. And then I think it's a week or two off before Raleigh, before the players.
Yes.
And I think in that window we'll see where E and Shanice are at with the baby at home. And
Okay.
I may be at Raleigh, I may be in Richmond, don't know for sure, but definitely the next 2 stops.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, I think you're doing a great job. So
Thank you. Giselle Poss doing nothing to hurt her standing and currently in 4th. She's going to shoot 2-0, max of 202 this game. Diana, same thing. She can strike here in the 11th, get into the 220s. She's sitting in 6th place, about 62 pins ahead of the cut. She doesn't get the 5 into the 7. Be 212. The big shots to come right now, though, right in front of us on lane 12 from Clara.
Yeah, keep her hopes for a 2-0 game.
Yeah.
And Rocio, what place was Rocio in?
She is down in 20th.
Okay.
She's plus 54, so she would need 2. That sounded like a washout.
It did.
Yeah. So she would need 2 big games. Chance for 240 there. She stepped up in the 9th, but leaked that one a little bit right, and this ball never recovered. Big shot for Clara right here.
Oh, it was just a little lazy. Got down the lane, just never continued. I mean, that's what it was. Is you either flat 10, and then you try to strike. It's a 4-pin. Then you make the move off the 4-pin, and then it's either wrap 10 or flat 10. It's just matching up. I feel like the girls who could control their ball speed, like Jordan, she has higher ball speed, higher rev rate. She has a great look. Shannon O'Keefe, higher ball speed, spins it, and she's able to get it through the front part of the lane. That's the key.
Which you were talking about.
Yeah.
So if you're in a situation where you're in the pocket, but you don't have the down lane motion, you don't have the carry, you're hitting the 1-3, but you don't have carry, what's the first adjustment you make?
It kind of depends.
Okay.
If depends on kind of like what the scoring pace is, first of all. If it's low, if I feel like it's going to be low, then I'll just grind.
Okay.
Like, I won't change anything. If I need a strike, like it's 250 pace, I would probably, nowadays, I would go left and be softer and try to get around it a little more. Kind of think like Belmo.
Okay. All right.
He usually, he'll stay right. I went to like one of the PBA majors. He stayed right. And the minute like he doesn't strike, and it's like game 4 or whatever, he'll jump left. and just be softer ball speed, gets around it a little more, and he's able to shape the lane. That's kind of what I would do. But then if that doesn't strike, then it's kind of maybe a ball change, maybe something a little cleaner and a little quicker down lane. Just kind of depends.
Well, and the reason I ask is what I see at my level, which is certainly below where you are competing up here, is that a lot of players, and I don't talk down about this change because I think this is where it's going, is a lot of players, their first instinct is make a ball change.
Yes.
And what I've learned is that not so much with symmetric cores, or really even solids, but with ASIMs or pearls or hybrids, you can't manipulate the ball with your hand as much now as we could 5 or 10 years ago. So it seems like nowadays, almost the first ball change you want to make, unless like you talked about, you're trying to just grind out, the first adjustment you want to make is a ball change.
Yeah.
Because these bowling balls appear to be so important, and ball motion is so important now. It's even on the hard stuff, it's not as much about shot making as it's not about your decisions on the approach, it's your decisions back here with equipment.
Yes. Yeah, like I said, it kind of depends on what's out there or what I need. But sometimes I feel like you can go to like a cleaner, still like a big ASIM, but it has a cleaner cover. Sometimes that works, but then sometimes you can't really you can't tell if it's burning up or if it's just kind of
right.
And then you go into like a cleaner pearl symmetric core, and then sometimes that's not enough. Then you're like, maybe can I throw like a solid with maybe a little bit of polish or like a higher finish and get around it a little more. That way it's going to pick up earlier than the pearl. But I mean, it's just kind of hard to tell. Like in here, like I said, cleaner covers in here looks pretty good. Just depends on where we are.
Yeah, I will say we've seen less surface on the bowling balls this second block than what we saw this morning.
Yes, I see. What I see are like cleaner, smoother, smoother rolling balls, if that makes sense.
It does.
Nothing too flippy, kind of like, I know Maria was throwing, when she started the block, she threw a Venom recoil, very slow cover, it's very smooth off the spot, but it's ASIM. But it has like a 030 something diff, so it's just very smooth, very controllable. It's nothing flippy.
So it kind of has the characteristics of a symmetric,
right,
in an asymmetric.
Right.
Okay.
So basically, it's a stronger Venom shock, if that makes sense.
It does, which is dangerous.
Yes. And then she went to the Primal Rage LE, which is, it looked good in here last year. I remember all the Motive girls threw it in here, and we bowled on like a longer pattern. It was lower volume, but it looked really good. Like I say, just cleaner, gets through the front, gets through the mid lane. And I know she threw a Venom Shock Pearl down here, shot 2-0, shot 220 down there. Not sure what she was throwing. So. And then I know like EBI girls were throwing, I think Shannon O'Keefe was throwing like a Web Tour. But everything's just cleaner and smoother. Nothing like hockey stick shape. Everything's just smooth.
And that's and talking to Emil, kind of what I saw is that anyone who was throwing a ball that loped, whether it's a big ASIM or a tumbly type ball, anything that loped down the lane and was lazy on the back end, you had no chance. It had to either dig into the lane or read the spot in the track area or read the end of the pattern. But if the ball was long to the point of long past the pattern, you weren't going to carry. You weren't going to get that hockey stick shape.
Just like what Kelly did here.
Yes.
Looked like she's throwing a high road, and that ball just went a little too far. Leaving that wrap 10. Cleaner cover.
Even being a symmetric, that ball, that high road's known to push a little bit longer, and so that explains the wrap 10. If any of our viewers in the chat have any questions for Summer, feel free. That's what we get. That's what we get players in here for. Is you can pick their brain, bend their ear, get their opinions on things, whether it's bowling related. Emil and I spent 10 minutes earlier talking about some of the best movie trilogies out there. I mean,
Okay.
we've been all over the place. So if you all have any question for Summer, please hit me up in the chat. But I will continue this talk about bowling ball technology. I want to just see what you all at the next level do when you're drilling a bowling ball. You personally, do you have a few drillings that you like, or will you try different things on bowling balls?
So here lately, I'll do the same layout. I've got like one pin. I'll take it back. I got 2 pin-up layouts I'll do, and then I've got 1 pin down one.
Okay.
For this weekend, for the regional, I'm going to try like a pearl ASIM with a 2-inch pin and
Okay.
see if I can keep it in front of me. So if we go into specifics, I'm going to drill a golden jackal with like a 2-inch pin
Okay.
and see if I can kind of keep it in front of me, and just I gotta make sure I've thrown a 2-inch pin, so we're gonna see how it works. Because I was talking to Nathan Bohr, who's our ball rep, and I'm like, let's just try it, just because I feel like I'm always throwing like a Venom Shock or a Venom Shock Pearl, which is they're great balls. It's just sometimes it's just not enough core to get through the pins. So kind of need that bigger motor just to get the ball to go through the pins the right way. Because I had great 4-pin, 10-pin reaction this week.
Yeah, 4-pin, 10-pin. That's for those of you that may not know. When you throw a really good shot, leave a 4-pin, you go, okay, I'm going to make a 3-in-1 adjustment off that, and then you go flat 10 or ring 10. That is the absolute worst thing you can see.
Yes, because then you're trying to manufacture a strike.
I mean, with a flat 10, you can maybe get a little more aggressive with your hand. With a ring 10, maybe just make a move only with your feet. But at that point, like you said, you're trying to artificially make the ball do something and not letting it do what it does naturally.
Exactly.
And the minute that you try and amp it up a little bit after a flat 10, you're going to 4-9. And the minute that you leave a ring 10, you go, okay, well, I'm just going to scoop my feet a board or two left. Oh, you're a little too long. You're looking at 2-4-8-10.
Yes. Yep. Exactly. So we're gonna try a couple. I'm gonna try that layout. You never know. It could work. Because I know we tweaked my layouts in one of the stops in the West Coast. I drilled a weaker ball. It's our Motive Thrill. It's like an entry level, but had it hooks a lot for what it's worth, and looked really good at one of the stops. And he's like, let's just do like some stronger pieces with that layout, and they roll pretty good. They actually continued for me. They weren't. So what I was seeing was, anytime I would throw a shot and I threw it to the friction, it would read too quick, and then it would just kind of go forward and burn up. So we tried to get layouts that were a little more continuous, and I think we found something. So, So we just announced a new ball. We have a Rogue Assassin, so I'm gonna go pin up, because it's stronger cover, stronger core. So go pin up, get it down the lane a little farther, be a little flippy because it's very smooth. I know Maria threw it during practice yesterday, and that's why I thought it was short, because it looked really good. It just kind of shaped off the pattern real smooth, and carry was good. I don't think she threw it today. I mean, she might have thrown it the first block, but she definitely didn't throw the second block.
Okay.
And then I'm also going to draw for the regional. I'm going to draw a ripcord, cleaner cover. Actually, I'm going to draw a pin up because I have a pin down one, and I feel like it's a little too slow. Like it just kind of, when I throw it to the friction, it's just so smooth off the spot that I need something a little quicker down there.
Just a little jerkier off the end of off the spot.
Yeah.
Do you mess with surface changes a lot?
Yes.
Okay.
If it's shiny, I try to crack the cover, get it to where it'll dig a little quicker. Because sometimes I think the polish gets burnt in a little too much, and it's too clean, and I can't get it to read. It gets really herky-jerky. So always try to crack the cover. That way, it's always going to read the mid lane.
That's one thing that we've always talked to all of our customers in the pro shop about. Is for 15, 16 years now, we've had a resurface machine in there, and we do all of our surface changes on there instead of a ball spinner. And we tell everybody that, at least with my stuff, and if our customers will allow us, we take the box finish off of everything before we drill it, because we explain to them there is no pro shop that can duplicate a box finish on a bowling ball. The way that they run those balls through the assembly line at the at the factories, a pro shop cannot replicate that. So if you take a ball out of the box and go out and just bang out 879, and you love this ball and it's the best motion you've seen, after 12 games, you come in to get it cleaned, we can't replicate that.
Yeah.
So we are always taking the box finish off and putting a standard, like my standard would be 2,000, 3,000 Avalon.
Yep.
Put it on there and just go ball test it. And these covers are so finicky these days. If you throw a bowling ball out the box, you don't like it, don't get rid of it. Don't complain about it. Don't, I want to plug and re-drill it. Just change the surface.
Yes, yes.
Most of these bowling balls are so susceptible to cover change. If they don't like it at 4,000, put it at 1,000.
Yep.
If it doesn't like 1,000, leave it at 1,000. Put some rubbing compound on top.
Yep.
Don't like that. Put it at 2,000 and put some factory finish polish or whatever your polisher choice is on it. There's so many things we can do to change the motion of these bowling balls. Don't give up on a ball if you don't like it right out the box.
I know my coach told me, he's like, if you don't like it, mess with surfaces. Just
Yes.
one of the things he taught me was if you get a new ball, I haven't done it in a while, especially like being on tour, but what he used to do was he would once he gets a ball, drills it, he would polish it and then just take it down every step. So it would be like polish 4,000, 2,000, 1,000, maybe 800, 500, just to see where at what point it would stop striking. Like and then that's when he would kind of know if that ball was going to work for him, because he's a speed dominant guy, so he kind of likes balls to kind of read a little sooner, and that's what he would do. He would just take it, like I said, polish, go to 4,000. If it's still good, he'll go to 2, and then if he got to like 1,000 and gets a little lopey and just doesn't want to go through the pins, that's it. He'll stop at 1,000 and then he'll take it back up to whatever he wants to, because obviously I want to keep it around. Most of my stuff's like at 2,000, but if you keep it at 4,000, you can always bring it down like
Right.
on the lanes. Whereas if it's like if you hit it with 1,000 and you kind of need it polished, you don't have
You
time.
can't take it up.
Yeah.
All right, game 7 kicking off right here after 14 games. Our leader, Maria Jose Rodriguez at plus place, has dropped 23 pins. We said we didn't see as many strings that game. We saw some red. Well, that shows it right there. The standings have not been updated online yet. I don't think. We'll give it one more run. Not yet, but the scroll above us shows Rodriguez plus 204. So the first place score has come down 15 pins, and the cut has come down 23. In front of us this game, starting on 11 and 12. Shannon Plahowski, Brianna Coates, Missy Park, and Gigi Mason on 13 and 14. Jazriel Tan, Jillian Martin, Clara Guerrero, and Kelly Kulik. So yeah, we saw this morning, Game 3, not just with Shannon's 300, but throughout the house. Game 3 was the game that scores skyrocketed.
Okay.
And we were kind of wondering to see if we were going to have a game like this tonight, and it was Game 5.
I think it's happening again though. When you look around right now.
Let's see. We'll go to the end pair. 2 players on front 4. The pair next to them, front 3, spare double, double, featured pair. Still early on. Look to our left, a front 4, a front 5. Open 3-bagger, front 3. That's crunch time. This is.
There's a lot of strings right now, and they're not even halfway through a game. So, I think this is your next game of. This cut's going to go up like 30 pins.
30. All right.
Well, I don't know. That's
We're marking
a guess.
it. We're marking it. 30. Somerset 30. It's in the books.
I used to be good at guessing cuts. Used to be.
Used to be, yeah.
Yeah. It's not as good as it used to be.
It's not as easy anymore.
No. Because they would used to ask me, and I'm like, this is what I'd guess. And I'd be pretty close. But nowadays, I'm like, it's hard to tell because, well, like here last year when we bowled, it was full house. So you had 2 sides, so you never saw like what was going on.
Yeah, because this tournament was in June last year.
Right.
So it wasn't an elite field, it was a full field.
It was a full field, yep.
Okay.
Yep, full field. Tons of people. There's a great crowd here tonight. So many bowlers up here in the Northeast.
Yeah, I mean, I've never been. I mentioned yesterday that my travels in the Northeast have basically been. I went to Carolier for the U.S. Open back in 2012.
Okay.
Was in D.C. for my 7th grade trip, and I was in Philly for a couple of days with a buddy of mine years ago. But that's my extent of my Northeast travels. I've never actually spent time up here as an adult. And you can tell Liz Culkin is striking front 5 as the crowd goes wild. But the way that this community has embraced this tournament, I mean, our hotel's 6-7 minutes away, so we don't pass a lot of businesses, but I've seen 2 or 3 businesses with their signs out front, welcome PWBA bowlers.
Okay, that's
I mean,
awesome.
the crowds in here today for the PTQ yesterday were pretty good. Last night, the Pro-Am, out the door. The line was out the door.
It was out the door. I walked outside. I was heading out, going back to my hotel, and the line was out the door, and it was probably like 6:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6:30. And the Pro-Am started at 7.
They had, I think, 18 or 19 pairs of pros out there, and each pair had 5 or 6 regular bowlers, and then each pair had a pro. So they had quite a few players in here last night. Let's put some names with some of these strings. I can't tell if that's Haley or Jordan
That
on the
one
front
is
6.
Jordan,
Front
because
Jordan.
Haley is that way.
Okay, there she is. So Jordan on the front 6, down on 5 and 6. Liz Culkin, front 5, as she steps up on lane 7 right now, delivers her 6th frame offering. Flat 10. Nothing crazy going on in our viewing area right here. Shannon O'Keefe, the front 4, right next door on 15. And Giselle, front 5, up right now on lane 17.
But here's the thing. I said all the ones that are striking, they're probably in the cut.
Yeah, they're all...
I feel like they're all in the cut, maybe except Liz, since she had that just a rough last game.
She did. Speaking of, we can take a look. Maria Jose Rodriguez, first place right now, plus 204. Shannon O'Keefe, Jordan Richards, still tied. Both players shot 179 last game. The fall to plus 198. Diana Zabielova, 4th at plus 184. Giselle Post, 5th, plus 182. Birgit Poplar, 6th. Our PTQ winner, plus 166. Kelly Kulik, 165 in 7th. Sydney Brummett, 113 in 8th. So a 50-pin drop, 52 pins between 7th and 8th. 9th, Shannon Plahowski, plus 112. Gigi Mason, consistently at top 12, plus 109. Valerie Bercier, plus 99. And Julia Bond, back-to-back 183, 159. Dropped down to 12th place at plus 91. Just outside the cut, Clara Guerrero, plus 86. Liz Culkin, with that 160 last game, is now at plus 82. But she's went front 5-9 spare to start this game. Tanya, plus 77. Sandra Gongora, plus 66. Tied with Jazriel Tan at plus 66. Rocio and Verity tied 18th at plus 65. And then I would say Missy Parkin at 20th at plus 41. That's kind of where you maybe stop looking at players who realistically, with 2 games left, have a shot at this to be 50 pins out with 2 games to go, and you've got 7 players between you and the cut. And it's not so much about being 60 pins out. It's about having 6 or 7 people between you and that cut line.
Yes, it's because you never know, like, if you might shoot 250, but they might shoot 240. So, I mean, you're not gaining any ground on anyone.
Well, I mean, if you shoot 250 and you pass 6 players, but one of those players just shoots 210 and they were 50 pins ahead of you, it doesn't matter. You don't pass, you're still outside the cut.
Yeah. That's usually when you see all the ball reps running around. Well, they probably not run around today because I know I can stand back in the kind of like the snack bar area and kind of see all the scores. Mm-hmm. So they might not be running around, but they're definitely keeping their eyes open and watching. Ooh, great shot from Kelly.
Over the course of a tournament or a block like this, how much do you all talk to the ball reps back there?
Kind of depends.
Okay.
If you're bowling good, usually don't talk to them. If you hit a rough pair, or if you hit a pair and you're kind of questioning, like if you should just move in, or if you make a ball change, or if like you feel like you saw something weird happen with ball reaction wise, usually is when I go talk to Nathan, or if I feel like I know occasionally if I'm following someone that likes to play a little farther left of me, I'm like, hey, where did she play, or something like that. Or if someone's bowling good, I'm like, I know some people do that. It's like, oh, this person's bowling here, and they're bowling well. Usually, sometimes, or hey, what's the break point? What's their break? What's this one's break point? What's this one doing? I personally will talk to them when I kind of need advice, or if I have an idea and I need to bounce it off them. I know at U.S. Open when I was just I went like open, and he's like, let's just enjoy like Vegas, or like we're in Vegas, and I'm like, Nathan, I just went open, like let's talk seriously here. Like he was just trying to take my mind off that game.
I just trying to not necessarily calm you down, but shift your focus a little bit.
Yeah. Because sometimes we forget, like, it's bowling. Like we just need to like calm down for like a minute and then get back into it. Because your mind, like, I know my mind does it. It's just on, like, it just goes so fast. Like, the games go so fast, and when your mind goes that fast, you can't think. Like,
can't process.
Yeah.
Now Giselle went front 6, 8 spare in the 7th. Shannon O'Keefe still on the front 6 right next door. Switch over to channel 15 through 18. You can watch Shannon.
Jordan was front 6, 9 spare, strike.
Liz just left a...
I'm assuming 7-10?
It sounded strong, too.
That's a 7-10, I think.
It is. Yeah. It did not sound like a plaque 7-10. It sounded like a strong pocket hit.
Like a blower. Just
Yeah. Kelly back-to-back opens. Still plus 165. She's in a safe position.
This is one of those grind-out games.
Yes.
Just get 9 and spare them. Catch a double.
At this point, catch a double, get in the 180s. Stay clean. Try not to lose count anywhere. Good shot.
Ball change, too, I believe.
Yes.
Unconventional way to pick up 3, 6, 9, 10.
I was going to say, it's not conventional. It's not how you drove it up. But, hey, they all fell.
How do you shoot the 3, 6, 9, 10? Do you hook at it, throw a spare ball at it?
No, spare ball.
Spare ball? Okay.
I kind of touched on this topic earlier that with my generation, we grew up on all that, on just straight dirt, sport patterns.
Okay.
We learned at a very young age, spare ball, spare ball, spare ball. So, yeah, I'm spare ball at everything, even in league.
Okay. Just curious. I mean, everyone's a little different.
The good thing is I'm kind of a medium rev rate, medium speed, maybe lower rev rate, lower speed player. I don't typically leave the 9-pin with the 3-6-10.
Okay.
I don't have the angle. I don't have that steep angle off the spot, even when I've missed left, that's going to produce a 3-6-9-10. So it's rare that I leave that, luckily.
Next time, well, you're probably going to leave like 5. No, I'm kidding.
Well, I did bowl the Kentucky Open Finals this past Sunday.
Okay.
With twister pins.
Oh.
yeah. Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, so I left quite a few 3-6-9-10s because the 9s don't fall on twisters.
Twister pins for me is 4-9.
Yes.
I live on 4-9s.
I left 5 4-7-9s in 14 games that day, and I bowl league in that house on Monday nights. And last year I left 7 7-9s.
Where was this?
It's a place called Fern Bowl in Louisville, Kentucky.
Are we bowling there?
No.
We bowled there last year.
Last year you were at Fern Valley.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You were at Fern Valley Strike and Spare last year. This year is Executive Strike and Spare.
Okay. I was like, I know we bowled it. Something with Fern. I just can't remember.
You did. Yes,
okay.
You did.
I think it was Lexington. I felt like the one in Lexington had twister pins.
They do. Yeah, that's where the Bradley Open had been for 30-something years. Yeah, they had twister pins at Eastland.
Yep. I could hear it from the sound of it, and I was like,
I never really knew. I didn't know what twister pins were until the first year I was out of high school. My dad was still coaching the high school team, and I went with him to a high school tournament at Eastland in Lexington. And one of the guys on our team in 6 games left 9 4-pins. And that's when I kind of learned about twister pins, how they fall, how if you go high flush, you're probably going to leave a 4-pin or a 9-pin. It's better to hit twister pins half pocket or swisher. So, yeah.
yeah. I know there's one center in West Virginia. I used to bowl in a travel league, and we went to one center. They had twister pins. Either 4-pin, 4-9, or 9-pin.
Yep. That sounds about right.
And the ones who bowled well were the ones who could play pretty straight, kind of up 10, up 7, 8. Just stay in like that second error range and just kind of just keep it right at the head pin. And the minute when I did that the next time I bowled a tournament there, I actually bowled pretty good. You just had to stay farther right. You couldn't couldn't loop it or shape it. And yeah, so lesson learned. But that center closed this year, so I know before they closed it, they got new pins.
Yeah. Well, that's a shame.
And it's such a bummer because I know that was a big center in that area. And they had a lot of bowlers.
Shannon continues striking. Front 7. Giselle has cooled off a little bit. Front 6, 8 spare, 7 spare, and then opened the 9th, 7-2. She's up in the 10th on lane 17. She can double, get in the 240 range, and she's still pretty solidly inside the cut.
Same thing with Liz Colkin.
Birgit Poplar, 279 pace through 8.
Yep, and Liz, she had the front 5, 9 spare strike, and then that 7-10 split, and then split again in the 9th, so.
Jordan, front 6 spare double. Now up in the 10th.
I think it was a 10-pin. Or she struck.
Yeah, she tripped out the 4.
Okay.
Shannon O'Keefe, her 8th frame offering, lane 16. Carries the half pocket.
That half pocket hit looks pretty good in here.
Yes. So in the off season, when there isn't a PWBA tour, what are you doing?
I'm usually at home. I hang out at the bowling center, kind of help out whenever I can. I bowl a couple leagues. Try to practice. We got we have a local bowling show, and it kind of started we just kind of run a little tournament, run qualifying through league, and it just aired on a local channel, and then they would upload it to YouTube. Now it kind of went statewide, so kind of help out with that. It's not as fancy as this. No headsets. We just have a mic, and, then and you can't hear anybody. So sometimes there's 4 of us, and or 2 of us are talking over each other. Yeah, it's really cool though. I mean, I've heard a lot of people watch bowling. I saw you on TV at one point. We're watching bowling on TV. It's definitely spreading.
Good.
So.
Yeah, it's one thing we talked about right before you hopped on is the growth of the revival of the tour in just the last 4 years has been amazing.
Exactly, yeah.
Shannon in the 9th frame.
Ooh, 4-9.
High flush 4-9. Back-to-back single pins for Clara. She knows she's got to push a little bit. She's just outside the cut.
Jordan finished with 279. So that'll get her
Put her at
277.
277.
And Birgit can get to 279.
Yes, she can. She's currently at 166.
Just kind of cementing themselves in that top 12.
Yep.
And just getting more pins to stay in the top, was it 4 or 5?
Top five, really. Yeah,
Top
it's
five.
the way that I always approached Junior Gold or any qualifying squad type tournaments is you can't. Obviously, we all know you can't win the tournament on day one.
Exactly.
You can lose it on day one, but you can't win it on day one. But you bowl each day to make the next day relevant.
Yes.
And that's what these players are doing right now. What Birgit, what Shannon, what Jordan are doing is they don't just want to make the top 12. They want to make the top 12 and know they have a chance to make top 5.
Yes.
You don't just want to limp into Saturday morning and be 12th and be 100 pins out of the cut. You want to have a chance to make that cut, or you want to be well inside that cut.
Because tomorrow is going to feel like a sprint.
It will, absolutely.
Probably not feels the right word. It's going to be a sprint.
It's going to be.
It's going to be a sprint.
I mean, 6 games, 2 on a pair.
It's going to be fast.
It's going to fly by. Birgit, high flush 4-pin in the 10th, still looking 258 though. And Liz Culkin opens the last 3 frames, splits the 8th, splits the 9th. Multi-pin chopped spare in the 10th for 204. She was at 82 over. That'll put her at 86. After starting with her front 5 spare strike. That may, depending on the outcome of Game 8, that may be a game she looks back on and goes, what in the world happened?
Well, we know one shot was pretty good. What was that, 710?
That 710, that blower 710 in the 8th. Yeah, that was a good shot. Poplar misses the 4-pin. She was 246. That'll put her at plus 212.
Maria shot clean 214, so put her at 218.
218. Shannon can get to 266, which would put her at plus 264.
I mean, if she had just 9 spare there, should have been right there with Jordan.
Yeah. She can still punch out to have about a 13-pin deficit to Jordan going into the last game. It's harder to spot Diana today because her hair isn't as tall as normal.
I was just saying it looks longer.
Well, at Junior Gold, it was funny. I was up in the commentating booth when we were doing the tapings for the U12, U15, and I think Diana and
Kevin
Williams were there for U15 and U17, and Dave Lamont made the comment in the booth that it was hard for the people. They were trying to show the parents of one of the players or friends of one of the players. Oh, no, it was Parker Bone. Parker Bone was in attendance, and they were trying to show Parker and his wife, and they were saying, well, you can't really see Parker. He's hidden behind Diana's hair because it was tall.
It was tall.
Oh, yeah.
So Valerie's going to shoot 2-0. I know she was the number or near.
8. She was 13 up on 13th place.
I know Julia was struggling. I don't know what she finished with. Game 7. Who else was near in? Anya. I didn't see what she finished with, but I know she had a double, so she could have shot like 2-0.
Okay. A clean 200 from Verity Crawley right there.
That's an impressive 200.
Well, we saw Stephanie down here shoot a clean 187
Ooh.
a couple games ago. Yeah. Had 1 strike in the 9th, Messed up her all-spare game. We were disappointed for that. Now Kelly trying not to lose ground.
Oh, that was a good shot.
Oh. Where's E at? We talked about them 8 pins for the last 2 days. Man. Yeah, she's trying not to lose ground, as some of the players around her are skyrocketing up the standings in a way.
And you were talking about Diana, and she's right here in front of us for a minute.
Yeah, she was, yeah.
She's moving to her next pair.
GG, good shot. Doesn't need to press. She's inside the cut. She's feeling good. Going to shoot 220, 230 this game. Like our final game, our featured pairs, we're going to see Dasha Kovalova, Danielle McEwen, Carson Lukosius, and Jordan Richard on 11 and 12. 13 and 14, Maria Jose Rodriguez, Liz Culkin, Julia Bond, and Tanya Rumapir. So a couple of names that are right on top of that cut are going to be right in front of us.
Should be an exciting finish.
Yeah. We'll see if Jordan can extend her lead here in this final game, and then Tanya, see if Maria can keep pace with Jordan. Tanya, Liz, and Julia all hovering right around that cut.
Yeah, so let's see. Giselle shot 241, so that'll get her to 223. Don't know what Diana bowled.
We do not know. You are correct. Let's see. She's plus 126 on the set. And it's plus 90, so she's plus 216.
Okay.
Well, Diana shot 232 last game. The scores may be a little tardy to come in this game because we do have some players just now starting game one, and then of course our two featured pairs starting their 10th frames right now, about halfway through the 10th frame. Gigi's going to shoot 220. 220, put her at plus 129. We'll see just what that cut did. O'Keefe 256, Bercier 202. Rosillo's shoot 227. That would put her at plus 92.
Keeps her right there. I mean,
Yes,
she's going to be
that
close.
Puts her right in it.
Oh,
Gets the strike. 227 puts her plus 92 going into game 8, game 16. Oh,
got the late hit on the 10 there. I couldn't see.
and the 7 and the 10.
Oh,
Yeah. That's a little. See if I can catch that on the delay on my laptop. Kelly does a little dance over to Shane. You know what? I know that when we're competing, we're trying to make money. In this case, players trying to make a paycheck, trying to earn a living. But at the core of it, it's bowling, and we're out here to have fun.
yes.
That's moments like that are few and far between in intense situations like this. But just reminds you that hey, if two of the best players of this game in the world, between Kelly and Shannon, can have a moment like that and laugh, we'll sulk in the rest of us.
Yes.
I don't know that I've seen Shannon like a single shot off her hand yet. E was talking about this. He said, Shannon, a lot of times she'll react bad to a shot and it's a strike. And I haven't watched her bowl a lot in the recent 3 or 4 years.
Okay.
But,
Oof.
yeah, just watching her today. A lot of shots, she'll drop her head and shrug her shoulders and
It's probably dead flush.
boom.
10 back.
Yeah. 10 back, trips a 6-pin forward.
That was a tough break for Clara, that light hit, that
Yeah, it
4-pin.
was.
Because I mean, that could have got her to 230.
As it stands, her max score 215, which would put her at plus 101. Absolutely coming down to it here.
It's going to be close. I don't think it's going to go up to 30 pins. I
No,
guess.
yeah,
Like everyone that was striking, they were pretty much in the number. Is that 91? Maybe one. I think 115 is a good number.
I'll go 107.
Oh, like, okay.
Based on no empirical data whatsoever.
No, we're just guessing.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Valerie's like 101. Someone else was 1 something.
So as a player, you're within 10 pins of the cut either way going into the last game. What's going through your mind? How do you approach that final game?
Throw a good shot the first frame is the first thing. I know it stinks if like you have to wait like at least 5 minutes. Like when you move to your next pair, you get that little one pair a little behind. I know my first shot's always gonna be slow, so it's like, should I go ahead and make the move? Like, should I? Like, I try to think light a lot, and then sometimes I'm like, oh, I'll be fine, and then it ends up being slow, and I go through the face. So it's like, you want to make a good shot the first frame. And if I know, like, I know we talked about earlier, if I looked at scores or if anyone looked at scores, if they're close, kind of look at scoring pace. But I mean, it's throw the 10 best shots I can. Catch a double.
Well, as we talked about in front of us, a couple storylines, not knowing the Game 15 scores quite yet. We do know that Liz and Julia and Tanya, all right here on 13 and 14, are right around that cut number. Jordan, Maria, both towards the top of the standings, trying to extend their lead over 5th place and solidify themselves inside the top 5 going into the 6 games tomorrow.
Look like Maria changed balls. I know that first shot off that, just a little break there, because they were one of the first pairs to finish Game 15, so it kind of had to wait maybe 5 minutes or so. Great shot for Julia.
Good shot for Julia. That ball just on the back end of the lane, it looked like it pushed a little bit longer. Where you're like where my eyes expected it to pick up and start to make a move, it just pushed a little longer. And Dasha, don't know that she did anything right on that shot, but gets a strike. Comes back strutting a little bit. Curtis down here with his camera, just
running around.
up and close up of Dasha.
You know, it's a good thing when Curtis is around you. That means you're either striking a lot or someone on your pair is striking a lot.
Yeah. Well, the person on this pair that's striking a lot would be Jordan Richard, who was our leader before shooting a .170 2 games ago. And she fires off a nice little 279 that game, so I bet she's probably our leader going into this last game.
Oh, wow, that ball picked up super
Yes,
early.
it did.
Got a break, though. Tripped out 410.
That's back-to-back breaks on that lane that players have gotten.
Great shot for Tanya there. Ooh, change balls.
Another ball change. That one worked a lot better. Game 15 leader up on the screen. Of course, Jordan Richard, 277. 12th place, plus 101. Went up 10 pins.
It's going to be close. I mean, I think, let's see. I think Valerie, I know Valerie might be the 101, but then I feel like Clara could be.
She had 202.
Yeah, and then Clara's probably 101 also, I think. She could have been, like.
If yeah, spare strike would have been 215, would have been 101.
So.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man, this is close.
Oh, yeah, it is.
And I got Nathan beside of us. He's always rooting for a tie.
Yeah, so am I.
Are you one of those ones, too?
Oh, yes.
So he made a joke at the U.S. Open. He's like, oh, there's going to be a tie for the 50 whatever spot.
Right.
Or the 36. There was a tie. Then we go into like the next day, and he's like, oh, let there be a tie for first and like fifth for the show. And I'm like, Nathan, that's crazy. Oh, no, that's what he was talking about. He's like, just let it all be a tie from like 1 through 6. I was like, you're asking for a lot.
When I was doing Junior Gold live streaming, I was hoping for ties for like the 16th, the advancers to the final advancers round. I was hoping for ties all over the place. We didn't get any, but I wanted to see that one game roll off. Still waiting on nothing online quite yet. Oh, it's on Nathan's phone. Yeah, now it's on my laptop. There we go. All right, we'll just run down the leaders real quick. The players we know are easily in the cut. Jordan Richards, Shannon O'Keefe, Giselle Poss, Maria Jose Rodriguez, Diana Zavilova, and Birgit Poplar are all over plus 200. It is then a 64 pin drop down to Kelly Kulik in 7th at plus 148. Gigi Mason in 8th at plus 129, Shannon Plahowski at plus 116, Julia Bond at plus 102, and then Valerie and Clara are tied for 11th at plus 101. Sydney Brummett is at plus 100, Rocio at plus 92 in 14th, Liz Culkin at plus 86 in 15th, Tanya is at plus 73 in 16th, and it moves down 8 pins to Verity, 10 down to Jazreel, 9 down to Missy. So I think
I'm going to say Tanya's probably the
last one. Yeah.
And she's working on a double. But. Well, Daniel, thank you for having me.
You got it. I have thoroughly enjoyed this.
I had a great time. I look forward to seeing you.
He's saying stay.
You want me to stay? No, I can stay. Are you sure?
I'm here if you need.
Okay.
All right.
Emil's letting me hang on for this last game. Get to watch all the excitement.
Actually, I'll go find the headset.
He said he's here if we need him, and I'll tell you right now, we don't need him. But he's going to find a headset and a chair, and he's going to join us.
All right. This will be fun. Oh man, you're getting down to business.
Oh, this is what I do.
Oh, I like it. I'm usually the one that's trying to remember all the numbers, and I forget half of them. Got Tanya up in the third frame, working on a double. Three-bagger for Tanya, keeping her hopes alive of making that top 12. Jordan getting another break on lane 12.
She's the leader. She doesn't need any more breaks. Come on, give it to the players that need them. Just being selfish now.
I crossed with her in Lincoln.
Mm-hmm.
She struck a ton. And she breaks up a lot of splits. That's what I've noticed. That's why she's able to keep those big games going. Just able to break up the splits. And when she hits a good pair, she strikes a lot.
Well, and what that says is that when a player breaks down a split, whether they missed left or right, or whether the ball misbehaved, that means that off their hand, the ball roll was strong. The ball roll was good off their hand. That's how you break down splits. And you don't have to have a ridiculous ball rev rate to have a strong ball roll.
No, I think it's ball speed. Most of the time, it's just having that really good, like, crisp follow through. It helps carry, helps break up those splits. Because I know if I get a little soft with my follow through and it's just not as crisp or not as just firm, then that's my ball speed goes down. The ball doesn't get through the front as good. I mean, it's just one of those
Which
things.
means it either burns up and loses energy down lane, or it maybe clears the front but then reads the spot in the mid lane and goes left.
Yes, yeah.
Hosan, you've joined us at just the right time. Hosan joining us from Hong Kong.
Ooh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he has just woken up for Game 16.
Well, you woke up at the right time, you logged in at the right time, because
Yes, you
it's going to be
did.
exciting.
And this place is going to get loud if Liz makes a run here.
Got the local crowd behind her.
Absolutely, she does.
Shot off Joya's hand, looked a little left, leaving a 3-pin. She's on a Dutch pace.
And she's just sitting at 10th. 2 pins up on 13th right now, so you kind of think that a clean 2-0 game might get the job done, but you're also pressing, going, man, if I can catch a double somewhere, that would really be helpful.
Okay, Sydney's struggling.
Sydney is struggling.
She's got a strike, open, spare. So working on 54 in the fourth, working on a spare. Who else we looking at? Oh, Clara.
Clara and Rocio. think they're down. There's Rocio in 5 and 6.
Rocio's got double, 7 spare, strike, 9 spare.
And Clara's down on 3 and 4.
Oof. That looks like strike, spare, spare, strike. And Valerie is...
Valerie's on 5.
Okay. She is...
Or 6, yeah.
Strike, spare, strike, 9 spare, 8 spare, strike. Making the run. She's 14 out?
Yeah, she's at 86. She's 15 out.
Okay, 15 out.
Tanya right behind her in the standings, but ahead of her on the scoreboard with the front
5.
Front 5. Uh-oh.
Wow. But Maria joking there, wanting a break.
Yeah. You know, and one thing that we're not going to see at this level, because we're talking about true professionals here, but I want to give a kudos to some players, Danielle McHugh and Liz Johnson, who have just have struggled. And you don't normally see them struggle this much, but they've kept their head. They've not acted out. They have not, yelled. They've not thrown bowling balls. They've not acted a fool, so to speak. And it's something that I've always been warned about by my coaches at the youth level, and then even at the adult level at our some amateur stuff, is guys will get to the last game or two of a block, and they know their way outside the cut, and they'll just start doing stupid stuff on the approach, running shots out, acting a fool, and bowlers could learn so much from players at this level and how they present themselves, how they carry themselves.
Because you never know who's watching.
Yeah.
I'll get the late tap on the 10 for Carson. I know she made her way through the PTQ.
She did.
Struggled today, I believe.
Yeah, she went minus 17 yesterday, but minus 114 this evening. Or excuse me, minus 17 this morning.
It feels like yesterday.
Yeah, I know,
totally
right?
Understand. Ooh. Tanya's shot just looked left off her hand. Leaving a 4-6-7.
Couldn't get the 6 out.
Valerie has a double.
Again, just to refresh everyone's memory, after 16 games today, the top 12, that's the number we're chasing, that top 12 cut. Come back tomorrow morning, bowl 6 more games at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time right here on Bowl TV. After those 6 games, each player will have a 22-game total, and that 22-game total will determine the top 5 for the live televised stepladder finals at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on CBS Sports Network. Everybody wants. You want to make that TV show. You want to bowl on TV. You want to win a title on television. That's the big deal.
Looks like lane 11's getting a little tricky for Jordan. I know she went 4-pin the last time, and that one looked a little left, 3-6-10. Sydney's struggling right now.
Yeah, she caught a strike to open the game. Back-to-back opens after that strike. 4 spares in a row after that.
I think that's the pair when I came in, or maybe like game 6 or 7 this morning. She went strike, 4-pin, 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 10, and then I kind of like went over and watched something else. Looked back over and she struck in the 9th frame, but she had all spares from
the first.
From the 2nd
to
the 8th. Yeah.
Wow.
And then Clara was working on a double.
Yeah, she went what? Strike, spare, spare, double?
Yes.
Okay. Clara tied for the number, tied for 11th with Valerie Versier at plus 101.
And Valerie is strike, spare, spare, double. So Valerie's going to finish first.
She's up right now on lane 6. In her setup begins her approach. And the offering.
Sounded light.
Bucket, 245. Yeah, 245. I don't know if the 8. 8 is not there, so just the 245. Empty bucket.
And then Tanya split again here on your featured pair. So
she's giving away all that good juju she had from the first 5 frames. Clara struck again. Down in the 6th frame. 3 in a row for Clara after opening strike, spare, spare. So she is absolutely helping herself. Julia, high flush 9-pin. Staying clean though. Leaving stuff you can make. Letting your spare game keep you in the match. Welcome back to the booth, Emil Williams Jr.
My man. This is fun.
this is exciting.
The kids are doing a fantastic job, by the way.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You too, son.
Thank
I
you.
said you kids. It's
Yeah, I heard
plural.
that.
Okay. Just checking.
Danielle getting a double, breaking off the Dutch pace.
This is all interesting because it's the first elite event.
It is the
We
first
got a
one.
couple more, and the race to the 12th spot here, especially after thinking about what we saw for the rest of earlier in the day. And how things essentially have played out. The scoring pace, we talked about that a little bit earlier. The adjustments that we thought were made for this squad. Maria's just destroying them for the longest periods of time here in this block. Exceptional bowling from her specifically. Then all of a sudden, there's Jordan Richard throwing 279s and such. I'm going to just stand because I literally couldn't have picked the worst spot in the building to nestle up here for these final frames.
You're in the middle of all the action.
I am.
You got all the ball reps kind of bouncing around.
Claire with a 10-pin down in the 7th on her 3-bagger. Worth noting, far into the house, Gigi Mason at 8th at plus 129. Caught a double, couple opens this game.
Uh-oh.
So she's still in a good spot, but she cannot let this game get away from her.
What is she sitting at again?
She's at plus 129. She
Okay.
can strike out, assuming the conversion on this 610 or 3-6, which she chops the 3 off of. She can now shoot 190.
So 116 max overall, is that right? You said 120?
She's at 129.
129, so 119 overall?
119
Or
max
max.
for Gigi.
But that means throwing a 4-bagger.
Yeah. And she hasn't hit the pocket in 3 frames.
Clara cleans up the spare.
Yeah, that might put Gigi in a situation where she's going to need at least a strike in the 9th and maybe the first one in the 10th.
Also, Shannon Pulahowski doesn't have a double. She's clean, though.
She is clean. That's the big difference right there between the two of them.
Because Shannon Pulahowski is sitting at 116 over.
Yeah.
I feel like I should have my phone out and have all the scores out with me, too. Because you guys have your laptops, and I'm like just kind of peeking over everybody's shoulder.
It's okay. We got you. We got you, son.
Light shaker strike for Tanya. Keeps her in the hunt.
Yes, it does.
It always helps when you have a 5-bagger.
But at this point, she punches out.
244.
She's at 117. If Liz punches out from where she's at, 222 would put her at 108.
That's going to be close.
Yes, it is.
And Valerie after a double, 7 spare. Got a, looks like a 10 pin.
Rocio's been clean.
Rocio's clean.
Through 8.
No doubles for Rocio.
No doubles. Clara's up in the 8th, working on a spare after a 3-bagger. She too is clean. Liz Culkin rolls the 4 forward.
Big break.
Clara high flush 7 won't go.
Sydney can strike out for 201. She was 1 pin out. I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's a couple people can go around, and there's people that's just kind of sitting there.
Bercier can punch out 204. Is that what I see? 154 in the 8th, the spare in the 9th. Good shot by Julia Bond right there.
I think she can get to 214.
Okay. Is that 264 then?
164.
Or 164.
Yeah. Yeah, because she's clean.
Yeah, that would make sense. With a double in the middle, yeah.
Nice spare there for Dosh.
Nice washout conversion right there.
Ooh. Oh, Dasha.
How about these fans who have literally, I mean, they've been here all day.
They have.
All day long.
Rocio's can shoot. She can max out at 217, saying she converts this
Yes.
spare. I'm glad the screens are big enough that we can see everything.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Rowe at 217 max with the spare.
Valerie can shoot, what was that, 2-0? I think it's 2-0. Because she has a 9 count in the 10th.
So probably 183 in the 9th.
Well, that's what it looks
I
like.
think she's in the 10th.
Yes, Jordan.
She's in the 10th frame.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
shoot.
She can shoot 203?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wachowski down here split the 9th. Gigi struck in the 9th. Excuse me, Gigi spared the 9th and is not going to strike the first ball in the 10th.
That's a 169 max. Wachowski's 192 max.
Oh.
It's and Tanya split in the 9th.
Oh, she did. I didn't see that.
I didn't either. I think we're too busy watching the outsides. We figured about our features pair.
I know, right?
And then Julia's got a strike, so you can max out 217. See what Liz Culkin puts up for the first offering in the 10th frame. Valerie cleans up the spare. I was
Gigi
left.
Mason missed the single pin.
158.
58. That's going to put her at 87.
Oh, look at you. You already had your formula set up and everything.
Oh, this is the infamous Excel sheet I get to see. We've been talking about this since Junior Gold, but I didn't see it.
Come on, Jordan. Yes.
Okay. Best she can get to is 88. I
don't think that's enough.
I don't think the number's going to come down 13 pins, but
What's Tanya at again?
73. Tanya can get to 85. Waiting on Bercier. Clara's up in the 9th. Strikes. Clara's probably good.
Oh boy.
That put Liz 1 pin ahead of Gigi at plus 88.
Come on, Dasper.
Valerie's throwing. She left 10 pins, so 202.
202 for Valerie.
Yep.
Puts her at 103. I think if Julia gets the first one,
That's gonna get her in.
that's gonna keep her in. Yes.
But she was. Oh, okay. She was in it.
She was in 10th at 102.
Come on, Julia.
Keep it clean. Oof. That's okay.
Hi.
It's interesting how it always comes down to one way or another spare shooting.
Yes.
If Plahowski goes spare strike and Julia Bond goes spare strike, Julia jumps Plahowski by 1. Oh, Shannon just rings a 7 pin.
That's like a 9.5.
Yeah.
Rocio is up for in the 10th frame.
She can double for 217. That would put her at 109.
Great shot for Rocio.
Plahowski shoots the 7, converts it. So the best that Shannon Plahowski can get to, she would drop to 98 over.
Tanya finishes with 202.
Julia Bond strikes right here, she'll be at 99 over. Tanya at 202, yeah.
Come on, Julia.
194
Shannon struck.
for 182. I did not see what Sydney shot.
I did not either.
That's the only one we're going to be missing here.
She could have maxed out at 201.
What lane was she on, you know?
7 and 8.
7-8. But her max would have been 101 had she struck out.
Let's see what I can possibly find here. I've got
Rocio.
secrets.
Rocio shooting the 3.610 that would put her at 207.
Clara's up in the 10th. I can't see the numbers, but I can see the marks.
Clara caught 3 in a row. She's clean. She's going to go half pocket 7. I'd be willing to bet she's probably. She's good.
Yeah, she's good.
She's going to be plus enough to jump everyone on the page.
Sydney Brummett shot 163.
Oh. Minus 37. That drops her down. Rocio's going to be 207?
3, 6, 7, 10 in the 10th frame.
207 for Rocio. Puts her at 99. And it's up to Clara.
Clara is sitting at 101. I think Clara can shoot 215.
Let me check it.
She made the spare in the
That
10th.
would be correct.
Okay. I'm not as blind as I think.
You got this, Summer. I'm not sure who told you this, who told you you couldn't see, but you can see just fine.
Yeah, if Clara strikes in the fill, she'll shoot 215. So you assume that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes round 2 of the PWBA East Hartford.
I think Julia's going to be the number.
At 98.
96.
96.
That out.
I think Nathan called it. He said told me this
Tomorrow morning,
earlier
12.
before the round started. He's like, I think 100's a good number.
Yeah, I think you're going to have Julia at 96, Plahowski at 98, Rocio at 99, Bercier at 103, and I don't know if Clara struck the field. If she struck the field, she could have gotten to 116.
And if she didn't, she was good.
She was 106.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, Daniel has, we talked about his spreadsheet. We've got Aaron's old-fashioned pen and paper. And so from Aaron Smith unofficially, Shannon O'Keefe will have the lead unofficially by 1 over Jordan Richard at plus 283. Jay Rich would be second at plus 282. Maria Rodriguez will be third at plus 222. Again, all these numbers are unofficial. Birgit Poplar fourth at plus 217. Diana Zavyalova fifth at plus 202. Giselle Poss sixth at plus 199. Seventh, Kelly Kulik at plus 193. Eighth would be Clara Guerrero at plus 116. Ninth, Valerie Bercier at plus 103. 10th would be Rocio Restrepo at plus 99. Shannon Plahowski 11th at plus 98. And Julia Bond 12th at plus 96.
And that matches up with what Daniel has.
Well, there you have it.
Old school. I couldn't even fist bump him. Old school and new school. Well, that was exciting.
That was exciting.
Let's do it all again tomorrow for a TV show.
Well, we can guarantee that.
Can we have a tie for fifth
An
or something?
opportunity.
Oh, that'd be great.
Oh, man.
We were talking about this, I think, before you came back. We were both hoping for a tie.
Yeah, I was.
Just for the excitement of a one-game roll-off. Would it be one game, or is it 9th and 10th? Do you know?
It's one
It's one
game
game.
for any cut.
Okay.
I know
okay.
it's one game because
Yeah.
I remember last year at Elite Field, Missy Park and both Sydney Brummett in Minnesota for the top 12.
We've had a few ties this week, or I'm sorry, this season. Actually, we have one at the U.S. Women's Open.
Yep.
Which
It was
was
Sydney
the
Brummett.
Most recent event. Sydney
And
was in that,
Verity
involved
Crawley.
in that, and
Yep.
Verity for the final spot for Cashers round.
That was very fun to watch too. I wasn't in the booth, but I was definitely watching in the back, and I had Kelly Kulik in front of me. She was in the number at the time. Laura Plazas was the number, and then I saw a bunch of people that were kind of around it, and I couldn't find Jen Higgins, and I knew she was going to make
Right.
a run, and she did. So definitely a lot of excitement here last couple stops for the cut number.
That's certainly what we would want, obviously, from the viewer's perspective.
Fan perspective, I love it.
It's everything that you certainly would
As
anticipate.
as a bowler, it's nerve-wracking.
I know it's stressful.
It is stressful.
Now, you've been in these situations before.
I have.
I mean, take us through, what players might be thinking, kind of every step of the way. So from the top of the leaderboard, and certainly those, knowing that, like Daniel and I talked about earlier, there's a lot of folks who don't necessarily look at the scores, but what may be going on around you just from reactions, how it feels, the atmosphere in the building.
Right.
What's that like?
Well, I mean, I feel like when I bowl good, I usually don't look at the scoreboard, just kind of stay in my own zone. And then when I get close to a cut, or if I feel like I'm near the number or I'm out of the number and I'm still close, then I kind of start watching what's going on, and my mind starts going a little too fast. But, I mean, all you can do is control what you can do. And obviously you want everyone to bowl well. You can't wish anything bad on anybody. But all you can do is control your own destiny.
Well, destiny's on the line. Someone's will be fulfilled today in the elite event. Here's our first one in 2019. Already looking forward to what Louisville will present when we get to this point next week. But we've got 12 players to finalize. And then we're off and running tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. We'll keep it locked here until we hear the voice of Tennille Milligan.
And you also got like the 24 can kind of rotate, somebody
Yes.
can get in, somebody can drop out. So I mean that's
there will be some movement no matter what happens, whether someone drops out or not. But there will be movement, and some places will change for next week certainly. I'm interested to see how that will that will operate. Someone to kind of keep in mind.
Kelly Kulick's first one that comes to my mind.
Absolutely coming in 25th.
Giselle, because Kelly and Giselle both made the top 12, so.
Sydney, who was 22nd coming in, is not going to make the cut, make this top 12 cut.
Well, she may.
What's the point difference, though, from
her to what is currently 25th is less than 2,000, about 1,400. See if I can get the rules pulled up. Look at these point payouts.
But the one player to kind of keep in mind is Erin McCarthy.
And she's not here.
Who did not bowl this week, defending champion at next week's event. She could actually be out of the top 24 by the time the event's over and have to bowl the PTQ next week, potentially. There was a lot of, obviously, scenarios and items that had to take place, of course, but it's still in play, I believe.
Okay, 30,000.
Yeah, she's in 19th in points. Just looking at the players behind her that made cut. Julia Bond, Giselle, Kelly, Gigi, Poplar. But now you're getting
I mean, that's a lot of points.
pretty far down the points, yeah.
That's a lot of points to make up.
Yeah, I mean, it would almost have to be a perfect storm for Erin to fall out, but mathematically, it's possible. I mean,
Yes. Because Giselle, I think she's like in 7th, so 6 games. She can make a run. Kelly's up there too. I think she might be like 90 or so pins out of the show.
Jazzville Tan, please turn in your face out to the tournament table.
Oh,
You have 5 minutes.
just from the little bit that I've known Tennille, I would expect her to be like 1 minute now. 5 minutes seems a lot.
You got to get through the crowd.
Well, and Tennille did tell us earlier. She said, "I've made a decision to be nice." That's what she said yesterday. So maybe that's what we're seeing here.
Tennille's always nice.
When you follow the rules.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I don't really have any rules of hers to follow, so to speak, and she made it clear to me that I need to follow the rules. I was like, what rules? Just follow the rules. Okay. Give me a rule book. I will follow every one.
Hashtag read the rules.
Hashtag read the
and that's
rules.
what she tells us every week. You have a question? Read the rules.
I haven't grown since like I was 11.
You guys probably covered this already, but Summer, what's I assume you're bowling next week.
I am.
Okay. Rest of the stops, of course, to make a run here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I after US Open, I was like, I'll just do them all. I was like, you both good, let's do it. Come out here, now it's like, at the Lucy, couldn't make spare. Over here, couldn't strike. I was more worried about my spares. I think I missed 3 makeables, and I was happy, but I shot a billion of them, so. I was like, if you knew how many times I've thrown the ball twice in a frame, I've got a lot of steps in this year.
Yeah, waiting for the cut number.
Should be shortly. Checking all the numbers, make sure they're matching up to the score sheets.
Great thing I've seen talking about the accessibility the fans have to the players. I've seen players alike who were well inside the cut, who just made the cut, who were just out of the cut, and were well out of the cut. Players from all 4 different factions, signing autographs, taking pictures, talking to fans. Doesn't matter if they're in the best mood and they led the tournament, or I know Verity signing bowling pins. She struggled a little bit the second half of today, but she's down there with a smile on her face. I mean, these players get it, and that's what it's about growing this tour. And these players have done a fantastic job of accepting the responsibility of not only competing and putting on a good show, but growing the tour off the lanes, on social media, on the concourse with the fans, at the Fan Fest, responding to their obligations when they're not throwing the ball, the pro-ams. It's on every level. This is very well put on by both the staff and the players. And it helps to have amazing venues like this who invite us in and say, hey, we want this here. We have a local bowling community that wants to see you. And that's what we've had here. We've talked about it multiple times, the fans, the pro-am. the benches behind us full, standing room only. TV show is going to be nuts tomorrow.
I'm looking forward to it. We didn't have TV here last year. The event was earlier in the season. It was in June, actually, but it didn't obviously stop the fans. And with the TV element, fans who are allowed and whatnot and enjoy themselves, and obviously good bowling makes for great TV. So, certainly looking forward to that opportunity. Again, 5:30 p.m. Eastern. You got any Fan Fest duties or responsibilities tomorrow?
I'll come hang out.
Okay.
I'm planning on practicing during the demo. Well, I'm drilling 3 balls. I was telling Daniel earlier. I was drilling 3 balls, and I said, well, it's perfect because then some of the balls are on the demo day. So kind of try them out. Here's to Neil.
283, Shannon O'Keefe. Qualifying second, Jordan Richard. In third is Maria Jose Rodriguez. Qualifying fourth, Birgit Perpler. Qualifying fifth at plus 213, Kelly Kulik. Sixth is Diana Zavialova. Qualifying seventh, Giselle Poss. In eighth is Clara Guerrero at plus 116. Qualifying ninth is Valerie Bercier at plus 103. In 10th, we have Rocio Mestrepo. Qualifying 11th, Shannon Plahowski. And your 12th and final qualifier at plus 96, Julia Bond. Those are the top 12 for tomorrow. Thank you all for joining us today. We hope to see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. for round 3 of qualifying.
Well, there you have it. The top 12 are set for tomorrow morning's 6-game block. You heard Tennille, you heard Emil. 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time right here on Bowl TV. And what do you two, first I'll start with you, Summer, what are you looking forward to tomorrow morning with this top 12?
I mean, tomorrow's going to be a sprint, 6 games. It's going to be fast-paced, 2 people on a pair. Of course, it's going to be another time the pattern's going to be put down. Might be a little flatter, might be a little tighter. Maybe the girls are going to start it farther left. Maybe they'll stay right. Maybe they'll break them down a little bit. I mean, we don't know. I mean, I plan to see a lot of 9s, maybe a lot of strikes. I think they're going to keep it in pocket. A lot of the girls are lined up. They bowled great throughout the day. Most of them were just consistent throughout the block, especially in the morning. This afternoon was just a little trickier. And then I'm hoping Maria makes the show. Got to root for my friend. And that's what I see. Like, lots of strikes, maybe lots of 9s, but overall, it's going to be close, I think, for the TV show.
I agree with all of that. And the way Maria bowled this evening, certainly, if we were choosing favorites and all that kind of thing, you would have to say I think she's got a good opportunity to make the show. The real question is, the thing to really watch out for, in my opinion, tomorrow is Jordan Richard. And I say that because last August she made every show in the month of August. She's in position to do it again. And she's ready. We talked over the course of, or leading into the season, about that month. And, last year she was happy to be on TV. This year she's learned and ready to, put the knowledge that she gained from those shows into use and win on television. That's what I would watch out for tomorrow.
There you go. Well, I'm looking forward to the excitement that the fans are going to bring, the quality of shot making we're going to see. You narrow it down to the top 12. You got the elite of the elite, not to use the pun of the elite tournament. I think we're in store for a really good show tomorrow, and of course the top 5 cut, and that the TV show could absolutely be insane.
I'm looking forward to it. Should be good.
We also have Fan Fest.
FanFest is really dope.
That's really fun.
Honestly, well,
it really is.
And I've been asked from our staff to do a little IG, handle some IG stuff in the PWBA account. So I might bring you a few items from the FanFest tomorrow, and then maybe from the TV truck as well. So be on the lookout for PWBA IG. If you're not following us, you should be.
Yeah, because FanFest, you get to kind of hang out with the pros.
Yep.
I know there's ball demos. I know Moda's going to have some balls to come out and
Yep.
Try them out.
We'll have all of the partner brands who are product registered and gold partners on the PWBA Tour will be accessible. So looking forward to it. Follow us on social media at PWBA Tour on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Follow me at EWJR, or actually not on Instagram. That's Twitter. Mill Williams Jr. on Instagram.
Are you going off your personal one?
Huh? What?
Are you going for your personal one or the PWBA Instagram?
I'm going to do it on the PWBA
Okay.
Instagram.
I am on Instagram. I'm Summer_Jasmine_3.
Okay. Daniel?
I'm on Twitter and Instagram, just Daniel Farish.
Okay.
Easy to find.
Well, there you have it. All right. Well, Daniel, since you handle business this evening, go ahead and take it away.
Open. I am Daniel Farish alongside Summer Jasmine. This has been a Bowl TV production. Bowl TV. Bowling lives here. We will see you in the morning. Good night, everybody.